tomorrow will be 47 shows in 54 days. In a way, it's sort of like getting to go to musician fantasy camp.
I've never been in an ensemble this big since I was in high school band.
They're doing what they're doing to bring my songs to life. That's a great feeling.
My baby on it, make you happy. Slap my baby on it, make you fun. Slap my baby on it, make you happy. I'm a happy son.
Slap my baby on it, make it happy. Slap my baby on it, make it fun.
Slap my baby on it, happy. I'm a happy son. Well, I'm going to the grocery on the corner. Buy me a Coke and some Dove. Well, I'm going to the grocery on the corner. I've been drinking chicken sun. Slap my baby on it,
Make it happy.
slap my baby on it,
Make it fun.
slap my baby on it, make it happy. I'm a happy son.
Thank you. How are you? How are you? How are you? I'm great.
Special record lady.
One of the things that's great about Lyle as a band leader is that the musicians that he picks to be in his band are exemplary. I mean, every single seat of every player is really, really great. That's the main. That's with the exception of Lyle. It's the main reason why I like to come out here and do this, because I'm on stage with really, really great players.
I get to be the occasional visitor in the Lyle Lovett band, and it's a great situation because I've known Lyle since the 80s when he and John Hagen and James Gilmer opened a few shows for the band I was in called Newgrass Revival. Immediately we knew there was something special about this guy, and it wasn't just another singer-songwriter. And it was, the most unique songs you'd ever heard, great singer, fine guitar player.
Different stage. Come on, let's do it again.
Lyle and I have been, we were friends before we started working together, and I think we'll always be friends. But, to stand up with these musicians, with like Victor Krauss on bass and Sam Bush is here playing mandolin, Mitch Watkins and Ray Herndon on guitars, and John Hagen, who plays cello, who's been with us for forever, and then to stand beside Russ Kunkel every night, you know, I mean, that's great.
This is our 53rd day and our 46th show. Tomorrow will be 47 shows in 54 days. And it's a rigorous schedule, but it's kind of what we have to do when we take out the large band, just because there are so many of us. There are 30 of us in the band and crew all together, counting our drivers. And you know, we carry 3 buses, 3 coaches for the band and the crew, and then 2 semi trucks for the equipment, sound and lights, and all the gear. And our drivers are great. Our crew is great. Those guys work so hard. I mean, they're the first guys there every day. You know, they sleep on the bus. They roll overnight, no matter how close or how far the next show is. They wake up in the parking lot of the venue that we're playing on a given day, and they get off the bus and they go right to work. They start unloading the trucks with the help of local stagehands that are hired for the day.
I'm going to throw our cable pick on that same beam for the front truss, and I'll go in front of you, and the cable will be breasted back to the proscenium with the shiv up top. I said breast. The key is keeping track of the hands in the beginning, allocating them to the department so they all have tasks to do. Otherwise, if we don't get the task started, people tend to wander off without direction, and you lose control of the entire day. So as long as you keep it started the right way, it'll finish the right way.
Well, y'all come on in. These coaches are, we lease these coaches through a company in Nashville, and you know, they set them up. They always give us really nice new equipment, and we sleep back here. When we're playing 6 nights a week, I do try to sleep. I try to sleep as long as I can, which is not always a long time, but I do try to. It just helps, just with the physical nature of singing. With the 8 of us on the bus, we use the bottom 2 tiers for sleeping, and then the top tiers we use for storage, usually. The junk bug, how they refer to. And we sleep here. I sleep down here sometimes. I have my guitar is sleeping in here right now. That's about it. It's not quite the same as when you're sleeping, not moving, but it has a kind of an active effect on your dreams. It does for me. I mean, you can dream some crazy stuff when you're rolling down the road. So that's kind of interesting. We had one week where every night we had a 500 plus, 6 nights in a row of a 500 plus mile drive. So every night sleeping on the bus, and you can, at the end of the week, you can sort of feel that. I mean, it's nice when you get to spend a night in a hotel or a night or two.
This is very standard, a front truss and a back truss. There's about 144 lights, so it's a nice size. You know, with a 16-piece band this time, it's just about the right number. This is what happens when we get in a hurry.
We just have to fix this can here. We'll fix that up. It'll just take a couple minutes. It's pretty easy, you know, just bolt it up, hang it, and run the cable. You know, run it to the dimmer, check it, let Jack touch it. After he does a pre-focus, we raise it up in the air and do actual real focus when everything's down on the ground. Then we make sure our console's working, because every night, you know, something could happen in the truck, it get beat up, we can knock a chip out of it. It's real bad when the roads are real bad, and if the console's in the wrong place in the truck, it sort of jumps around and bounces around. Then the next day you got to go into the console and open it up and reset chips and, you know, do maintenance on it.
This one will go way around the truss in the back. No big, someone will tell you that same thing. This is going to go downstage by the handle you see right there.
John Richards, who I met in 1988 and have been working with ever since. I haven't gone on tour without John Richards since 1988, and he's such a smart and hard-working guy. I mean, he just rolls up his sleeves and does whatever needs to be done, and he always puts a great crew together for us. He's just the heart and soul of the crew.
We're waiting we have to get the lighting truss out of the way before we can fly the PA. It's in front of the PA. Also, we have to wait on the riggers to get all the steel up. This guy, see if you can get a picture of this guy. There's a guy in the hole up there. He's gonna take, that's called a basket right there, those two pieces of steel. He's gonna take that basket up and tie it around steel that's in the ceiling. What's gonna happen, it's gonna end up on two pieces of steel like this, so the point ends up hanging in the middle, you know. Some days you come in and say, well, I want the point here, and they say, well, it can't be here because there's not a hole in the ceiling, or there's weight won't hold it up here, so we kind of have to go where the weight, the PA weighs about 2,000 pounds, so we have to go where in the ceiling where it'll hold that much weight up. We work at the rigger space because it's really dangerous stuff. If they fall, right? Dangerous work. That's why they get the big bucks.
She's having trouble with anything. I ride some really to learn about it, and because it's fun. You know, I've ridden all my life, but I never went to a horse show. I never competed in a horse show in my life until, gosh, five years ago.
She loves being pet on.
She's easy to like. Tim is, I mean, not only a great professional rider, you know, competitor, he's such a good teacher too. You know, these guys are so knowledgeable, and you see how when they ask the horse to do the things they want it to do, it's very low stress on the horse, and that's a nice feeling, you know, when the horse does its job willingly. Going out and riding the horse, those are activities that do support the creative side of things, because, well, you know, riding a horse with a guy like Tim McQuay, it does inspire your imagination. It's more of just something that makes you think. I do enjoy pursuing things that I'm interested in, but of course, I don't get to ride the horses as much as I'd like. But the trade-off is when I'm not home getting to ride my horse, I'm getting to play a song, and you know, that's something else that I really love to do. So it's you know, I consider myself extraordinarily lucky in that regard, and I certainly realize that not everybody's able to do something for a living that he loves to do, that he would do, you know, for fun if he weren't able to do it for a living.
These cables carry all the audio that has to be processed before it goes to the speakers. We're also multitasking as we're about to pull the snake through the hole. You ready, Jerry?
Ready.
And this is what brings all the audio from the stage to the mixing console. On the stage, we'll put up all the microphones. The microphones go to one central box, and from that box, all of it comes through to up here. Once it comes in here, we take it to these racks to be processed, and then it goes back through one of these to the stage to go to the speaker system.
Gonna go just a touch higher. Right there. Beautiful.
Love it in every way.
I really do. We have a sponsorship deal with Yamaha, and that piano is ours for the tour, and that's our piano every single day. So sound-wise, we always stay consistent. I bring a local tuner in every day, and we tune the piano before sound check, and then I have a tuner come back after sound check and touch it up right before the show.
All right, I kind of need some help.
Yes, I hear you.
Get around the nose. Up, and you're on. Okay. Well, we got the amps that the musicians use, and we got their different things. You got cello, and this is the violin setup. We got mandolin, an acoustic guitar, electric guitar. So it's setting up their pedals and their cables, making sure there's no noises or anything. Like the singers don't require any setup, but as far as the instrumentalists, there's pedal steel and guitar, bass, the drummer, percussion, cello, violin, mandolin, guitar, and electric guitar, and then Lyle's got 2 acoustic guitars. So, and then the piano, which Gary takes care of the piano. So, quite a few instruments and connections and amplifiers and things to deal with, you know. But I set up the risers and do all the amps and try to use as much help as possible. You know, I play guitar and have bands and stuff, so I'm familiar with how to set them up and how to work on the gear, and kind of know how to do it from playing with my own groups, so that helps a lot. I think that's probably how most backline and instrument techs start, because they play music themselves.
It's a hair off stage.
We're going to level these 2 boxes out. If you look at the top box on the stack, it's pointed right at the seat. So we're going to get the other box pointed right at the seat. Then we'll know after that they're going to hear it right here. The stack, every box in the stack has its own amplifier, so we can adjust the stack from top to bottom. The ones at the top will be louder than the ones at the bottom. We'll get finished.
I tell you, the crew, they just work so hard, and I think that's the way life is really. You know, there's only nothing happening if you let it be that way, and certainly when traveling around with 30 people and getting to go to a different city almost every day over a 2-month period, man, there's a lot going on.
Well, it's 7 minutes to 2. And which is 7 minutes away from our 4 hours, and ideally In 7 minutes, we're done with our initial setup. We release the local crew, and then we take over and start doing sound, line checks, and getting ready for the band. So it's been a great day. All went according to plan. Lyle's been out for a while. Next is going to happen is the band will be arriving, getting ready for a sound check, and we'll be practicing some of the songs and keeping up with what they've got going on for the show for the day.
Billy Williams has produced every piece of music that I've ever recorded. From our very first record, from our first demos in 1984 to all of our records. So he came to Fort Worth to help us finish the tour. Didn't you?
Is that where we are?
Lyle gets a lot of mental relief if I'm here listening for him. Then he feels he doesn't have. I think he probably feels that he feels a little bit more secure that someone is helping. I think he would describe it as listening to the band and analyzing what's happening, see if they've drifted into anything that can be corrected.
Soundcheck with a 16-piece band is considerably different than a soundcheck with a 4-piece band. It can be chaotic if everybody wasn't as conscientious as they are, that we only have a certain amount of time to do it, and no one wants to be up here any longer than they have to. They want to give the front of house mixer and the monitor mixer everything that they need, but it could be pandemonium.
This is the bluegrass side of the stage. One of the things I've learned, I've never been in an ensemble this big since I was in high school band, is that the larger the number of people, it seems, or that's the way this group plays, the larger the number of people, the less you play, the less notes you play, and you have to keep your parts sparse. Otherwise, it's just going to be a big cluttered mess. And so between Lyle and Billy Williams and the way the songs are arranged, it stays uncluttered, but when it gets big, it gets really big. But at the same time, you got to stick to your part.
Hey Sammy, on Up in Indiana, we're going to stick with our regular game plan. We'll just do our normal arrangement.
No extension.
No extension. Is that okay? And so, all right. Let's run that.
Yeah. Lyle, he knows what he wants, and as you can tell by when you hear his music, you know it's Lyle because of Lyle, not because of something that some of us have done. We just sort of help him get what he wants.
Solo section Up in Indiana, starting with the C steel.
Okay.
Count us into it. No additional bars. I was a little misleading the last couple of shows on Up in Indiana, the solo order. Solo section Up in Indiana, starting with the C steel.
Okay.
Count us into it. As a songwriter, as the guy that makes up the songs, to hear them come to life in the hands of these musicians is immensely gratifying. And so the chance to get to work on that every day, and after a show, if we have an overnight drive, to be able to talk about the show and think about what worked and what didn't work, or what we want to try different the next night, that's really great. So we cut you a little short, didn't we?
Cut mine short?
No, we did cut you short. Let's go ahead and let's play Mitch's full solo. So you and I were together on it. Exactly. So 1, 2.
Well, it's his job to correct us. I mean, Lyle runs a tight ship. He's a good leader. And if you see the show, he's generous about featuring everyone. But I mean, I've learned things from Lyle, and I mean, I learned in every situation there's something to be learned.
For the most part, they're my songs, and I mean, these guys that I've worked with over the long haul, I mean, they just try to help me. I mean, it's what it always feels like. They're just trying to help me have it come out the way I have in mind for it to. It's just incredible how generous they are, really, and it just feels like this unconditional support that I get from them. Just standing in the middle of that band and listening to everybody, and realizing the entire time that they're doing what they're doing to help my songs, to bring my songs to life. That's a great feeling.
Ever since 1995, Lyle's been calling me to, be an occasional guest with the band, sometimes for a couple of weeks. I'm here for the last 8 shows of their whole summer tour. And so the main challenge is that you have to hit the ground running because everybody else is tight. They've been doing this for a couple months now, and I can't come in and mess it up. I mean, I'm supposed to enhance, not distract or take away. So, but I mean, fortunately, I've played with Lyle, like I say, over the years, and there's a number, a catalog of songs I do know, and every once in a while during sound check rehearsal, I'm kind of going, uh-oh, I got to go back and do some homework before the job and show up prepared.
In a way, it's sort of like getting to go to musician fantasy camp, I mean, to be able to play with Russ Kunkel and Victor Krauss and Mitch Watkins and Jim Cox and Ray Herndon, to be able to stand up there and say to one of the greatest drummers in the history of popular music and rock and roll, to be able to say, try this. I mean, that's just an extraordinary opportunity, and the idea of that occurs to me over and over throughout the course of a tour. Where have we been taking the reference from?
150 from the record.
Oh, I see. And then just feeling our, yeah, good. Yeah, I'd say let's just lean on it a little bit more from that.
I'll try this.
Okay.
This is 153. All right, we'll try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
Lyle's music is so eclectic. It spans a lot of different genres, and some of it is a lot like stuff that I do with Jackson Browne or stuff that I do with James Taylor. But there are things that I get to play in Lyle's band that I never got to play before, like a lot of the big band swing tunes that he does, and the kind of the Texas swing stuff. I never had an opportunity to do that, so it's a real great thing for me to be able to play that. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of different kinds of music. And he's just a fun guy to be around, too.
There are moments of improvisation, and there are moments when we try to keep it as close to the album as possible. If there's a signature solo on an album, we'll keep it in the show. If we start throwing it around and adding solos, it's totally up to the player.
For me, it feels it's such an extraordinary opportunity to have this group of musicians together for an extended period of time. Even when you record in the recording studio, it's a shorter period of time. If you record 2 songs in a day, then you don't go back to them. But in a live situation on a tour, you have the chance to continue working on ideas over a several week period.
Things do change throughout the tour, and I attribute that to Lyle wanting to make small changes to keep it more interesting in his mind, and I find that most refreshing when I come out after I've missed a bunch of shows.
Hey. Slap my baby on it, make it happy. Slap my baby on it, and make it fun. Slap my baby on it, and make it happy. I'm a happy son of a gun.
Slap my baby on it, make it happy. Slap my baby on it, make it fun.
Slap my baby on it, make it happy. I'm a happy son of a gun.
A song called Slap Your Baby on I noticed that he has the group singing around him on the center mic as opposed to where they were at the beginning of the tour. Everyone was in their place on stage. Things were all spread out. It's much more intimate this way.
We started doing that arrangement around the center mic only a couple of days ago. You know, when you sing on mic, you're listening to a blend from the PA and the monitors, but when you stand next to somebody and sing, that's really fun.
Slap my baby on it, make it fun. Slap my baby on it, make it happy. I'm a happy son of a gun.
Make me happy.
Willie Green and Harry Bowens and Sweet Pea Atkinson and Arnold McCuller are just such extraordinary vocalists. And you know, Arnold has sung on so many records that you've listened to. I mean, if you just look, you'll see, oh, there he is. I mean, he's just an incredible session singer. His main gigs over the years have been with Phil Collins and James Taylor.
Lyle's had such an amazing career. We've been touring for 22 years, but he keeps coming up with fresh ideas, keeps the band fresh, and it's just amazing to me. If he's going to go on, I'll go on as long as I can. Of course, I'm older than he is. So.
Ask her how she slept. She says, honey, it's so early.
Praise the Lord, hallelujah. Praise the Lord, hallelujah. Praise the Lord, hallelujah. I'm going to the place our Father made. Praise the Lord, hallelujah. Praise the Lord, hallelujah. Praise the Lord, hallelujah. I'm going to the place our Father made.
I love it, baby. Thank you.
I'm going to the place. I'm going to the place our Father made.
Great. That's it. That's the song.
Lyle doesn't like to play the same set that he did in a town that he played previously. He likes to change it up, which I don't know any other artist that does that. He's very conscientious about giving people a show that they haven't seen before.
Sometimes we get into a groove where there's a certain thing that, like if we have a new album out, we'll be promoting a lot of those songs. We'll try to get as many of those in as possible, so they'll show up every night, and then they'll be filled in with, I mean, he's got such a big catalog of songs, he'll fill them in with whatever he feels like that night, and they can vary. Now that's a look. Victor dresses backwards. He dresses from the top down.
In the beginning of the tour, just sort of think about how it's going to work within that way of what can we do to highlight the particular musical attributes of this group of musicians. I consciously don't want this show to be like last year's show when we went out with the band. It's more of an exercise for me and just thinking about how the show is how I want the show to go than it is trying to figure out what we're going to do.
I love it. Woo! God, I love it.
We in the right place?
Yes, you sure are.
Outstanding.
Enjoy the performance.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Lyle and I have worked together so long. We started working together in 1978. I guess we just kind of click on, you know, the right things for each night during the set, and it really, it's, you know, I'm just kind of like a soundboard for him to, you know, throw things at and see if it, you know, what my opinion is of them too.
I enjoy discussing the previous night's show with him and listening to his input. I mean, it would be the biggest mistake in the world for me to not allow these talented people that I get to work with input. You know, I want them to play. I want them to bring their ideas to our show and to my music. And in doing that, I hope that it makes it fun and interesting for them.
Almost time.
No, I'll go way up. Hey, hey. Well, that is high. You do go high.
Well, there's always a little bit of jitters. I mean, for me, that's never gone away. Yeah, there's a ritual for me. I mean, I go and tune and make sure my fingers still work. And, you know, just warm up a bit.
Get a little finger exercise, a little warm up, because we got a lot of dual guitars to go on out there in a little bit. Come on in. You can see John warming up. This is John's ritual right here. John is preparing for the show.
I'm tuning that one, especially that one.
Yeah, if you go,
work real hard on that one, David.
Like that, it helps him a lot. He loves that joke.
And you know what? That joke never gets old in their minds.
It doesn't.
It happens every time.
I laugh every time.
Watch. Just kills him. It kills him every time. That's so funny. Wait. It's just so funny. Yeah, it's so, all right, Ray. All right.
Every time.
Nobody's paying you to be an actor.
Each one of us, I'm sure, has a routine. As a mandolin player, I mean, one control I have over my sound is to have good new strings every day. I like to take a piece of steel wool and just go up and down them, even if they're new. Even new strings have a slight bit of tarnish on them. And then that makes them a little slicker, and I think it helps the pick not wear quite as fast, because I use the side of a pick, and then sometimes I need to just sort of take steel wool and make sure the sides are nice and smooth. And because I play so hard, I got to coat my first, and I broke my finger years ago and the nail came back really thin. I had to coat it with crazy glue because sometimes I'm strumming and brushing on the strings and it'll almost wear a hole in it. So then once you do that, you got to take 1500 sandpaper, sand it smooth, and then take some steel wool and you get it smooth, and then you're ready to go. And the bottom line is, if I think it helps, it helps. That's what it is. I think it helps, so I guess it does.
Willie, did you see the set list?
No, I haven't.
Well, we're going to find one.
Find a set list, buddy.
Did you get a set list? Huh? In the next room? Next room. One more time. Set list? Got a set list?
Is there a set list?
Here's the set list.
So.
Okay.
There you have it.
There you have the official document, today's gospel.
Don't put that on the internet.
Ooh.
We see the set list usually maybe 20 minutes before the show. And we'll take a good quick look at it and plan accordingly what we're going to be needing to do, if anything is different that night, or what is different, or what's been added, or what's been taken out.
3, no big deal, I'm not on that. So I only got 3 tunes at the top of the set. Then I wait from here to here. Oh my God, I could die. 4, 5, 6.
It is always interesting, and we're very curious to see the set list, because you might be under some pressure where you weren't under pressure last night, because there is some pressure when you're playing for 2 or 3 or 5,000 people in different situations. So we're always curious to get the set list.
Okay, I'm out of this in a minute. Ready? Yes.
Take one. What'd you win off me? $60? That's right.
Listen to his first record and listen to all those songs, and I think everyone can hear the uniqueness in what he does, the brilliance in his lyric. With Lyle, I think that's one thing that makes him so attractive to his fans, and that is he doesn't give in to the obvious. He says what he wants to say in the way that he wants to say it, and that's Lyle. That's the magic.
No 2 shows, as similar as they might seem, no 2 shows ever feel the same to me. No 2 audiences ever feel the same. In what, from an outside perspective, might seem repetitive, there's just a great deal of variety.
I'm a soldier in the army of God. I'm a soldier in the army. Oh, I'm a soldier in the army.
It's just pure fun, I think. It's pure fun, and there's not a better feeling than seeing people enjoy it. There's got to be a certain amount of vanity to it, but it's a great feeling to see people enjoy what you do.
In the army, I'm a soldier in the army of God. I'm a soldier in the army. Oh, I'm a soldier.
You're not doing it for the reaction. I mean, it's just kind of it's a great bonus if there's a good reaction, and if there's a good enough reaction, it allows you to keep doing it, and that's where I think that's the addictive nature of it.
Oh, I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord. I'm a soldier in the army. I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord. I'm a soldier in the army.
He's a very unique talent. He has a vision of his songs and the way he wants them from the beginning. And I think that's the main reason that it's Lyle Lovett music. It's always been the same. It's always had that wonderful thing.
That was a show. Very nice.
Yes, it was very good. I loved it.
Once we're through playing, yeah, we can relax, have a beer, and have a laugh. But I mean, and there's been enough of the same musicians over the years with Lyle that it is family style atmosphere. I love to watch these guys go at each other in a playful way, you know, because and I get to join in too because I now know everybody pretty well.
Sam Bush, my favorite Bush.
This is my family. That's one reason I really enjoy coming out on the road, because I'm never having as much fun or as active or around as many people as I am on the road with these guys. It's terrific. I love it.
Mighty fine, Uncle Russ. By golly. Wonderful bits of business.
Whiskey River, take my pants.
It's kind of like being in a play, you know, where you get to become, you know, really close with these good group of friends, and you share all the same silly jokes. And then when you get off the tour, it's kind of like re-entry into your real, you know, into your real life.
Way to go, Buck. He gets it done.
Damn right.
Way to go, Buck.
Let's hear it for the unsung hero of that band, Mr. Ray Harney, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Razor. Ray gone. Look at that energy.
Hey, how you doing?
It's showtime, Ray.
He's the RA director. You know that, of course.
Time to play.
Did I miss it?
No, you were here.
Oh.
I think. You gonna drink that?
No. Great show.
Yeah.
Let's get it off.
Here's to a frosty beverage.
Cheers, mate.
And a fine show, ladies and gentlemen. I don't care what they say. I think we're really good.
I don't care what you say.
Say it to
I think I'm really good.
Damn right.
You're good. Come on back. Come on in. You're doing good. Come back this way.
Playing in Texas, we know so many people. I mean, a lot of people who were at the after show reception were people that I really know, and or who were friends of people that I really know. And so I'm happy to meet them.
It's my brother's wife, Leslie.
Hi. Hello,
Nice
Leslie.
to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
My sister, Jan.
That's so nice to meet you. I'm so grateful to the people that buy tickets and come to our shows. But you know, they might not always do that. And I think any performer is aware of that. And so in that way, it really enables you to appreciate the people who are there right now. The fact that they come to see you is just huge. You know, those are the people that keep you going. The only thing I don't like about those after-show receptions is you don't have time to really talk to somebody. I always worry that you know that I'm not able to give quite enough time to folks, and I would hate for somebody to walk away from that, you know, not feeling good about it. Let's talk tomorrow. Gosh, without Mom and Dad's encouragement and support, I would never have had the chance to play music. That song "South Texas Girl" really is, you know, for me is about thinking about my parents' relationship and how good they were to me, and now, you know, about my relationship with April and you know, just sort of the circle of life. I hope there's not a finish line. I mean, that's what it is. The tour will be over, but the music isn't over, and the pursuit of the next song is never over, and looking forward to the next show is never over. Early in my career, when I first started doing promotion and promotional interviews, sometimes I would be asked, if you're able to be successful, what would that be? And the answer that I would give to that question now is just the same as it was then, which is, success to me is to be able to keep doing something I like to do, to be able to keep doing this. It's the doing of it that is the success of it, the reward, the payoff, whatever you want to call it. It's just getting to do it. That's what it's about.
Nothing can hold a candle to what you will see at the Bonneville Salt Flats.
Salt fever is permanent. This place can break your heart and can be the happiest day of your life. You just don't know.
Make a mistake at 300 miles an hour, and a lot of times it's not a walk away.
There's an element of danger. If you have a get-off on that at a very high speed, you're going to do some tumbling, and who knows.
Motorsport, no event captures the imagination like Bonneville Speed Week. Once a year, car and motorcycle enthusiasts ravenous for speed congregate in one of the most alien environments on the planet as they chase land speed records on a seemingly endless expanse of hard-packed salt. The Bonneville Salt Flats are located on the western edge of the Great Salt Lake Basin in Utah, in the USA. This natural anomaly is the remnant of an ancient freshwater lake left behind after the last ice age, about 15,000 years ago. Today, naturally evaporating groundwater continually regenerates a flat crust that in some areas is almost 5 feet thick. This massive expanse of salt covers approximately 46 square miles of land, located 100 miles west of Salt Lake City. The salt flats are inhospitable to even the simplest of life forms. Nothing grows here. Temperatures range from below freezing in the winter to triple digits in the summer. It's the last place you'd expect to see people lining up for hours to compete for land speed records.
This is very harsh out here, and there's no air to run your engine on, so it's a tough place to go fast. There's no prize money, no glory, you barely get in a magazine or ever heard of.
Despite the harsh conditions, the Bonneville Salt Flats are a near-perfect natural drag strip. The miles of flat, hard-packed racing surface and long runoffs have drawn land speed racing enthusiasts for more than a century. The first unofficial land speed record was set here back in 1914. The Southern California Timing Association has been organizing land speed racing's premier annual event since 1949. Back then, Bonneville Speed Week became an officially sanctioned venue for land speed racers, daring enough to attempt to set world records in one of 40 categories. The Bonneville Salt Flats are safeguarded by the United States Department of the Interior's Bureau of Land Management. They decide who can race here and when. There are only a handful of land speed races held annually out on the Salt Flats. Bonneville Speed Week is the oldest, largest, and the most attended event of them all.
It only happens once a year. This is the big 7-day event. This is the big daddy of them all. And if you're a hot rod or motor enthusiast, this is nirvana. This is really where the best amateur racers collect every year to show off their stuff.
You read about this place, you see movies about the place, and you don't, until you get here, realise what the scale of this is. This is just mind-boggling. The cars, the ideas, where they get them from, and they actually got the nerve to drive the things at the speeds they do, and we're amazed.
You pretty much have to be on top of the game to run 300. You know, everything. It can't be just okay, everything needs to be perfect.
It's just got to be a no mistakes. You know, you don't get a second chance. You make a mistake at 300 miles an hour, and a lot of times it's not a walk away.
Today, there are literally hundreds of vehicle categories and just as many land speed records to chase and set. In many cases, the vehicles on parade at Bonneville are as unique and one of a kind as the Salt Flats themselves.
The cars you see here, you'll never see anywhere else on Earth. When I came in this morning, I was following a 32 Deuce coupe, and behind me was a 1940s hot rod, and both of them had salt all over them. And you've got cars that are streamliners that do 300 miles an hour, and you've got guys that are setting records at 30 and 40. For example, this little thing over here is a rubber band car. It runs on elastic bands, big elastic bands, but it's elastic bands, 2 engines, but a 5-speed transmission in it, and he's going to try and set the elastic band record for the whole world. Here, where on earth can you find, where else?
I hope to go 210, break my own record, which is 205. I set last year. The speed's in my blood.
There is no purse. Everything that it takes to compete and return is out of your heart, now your own pocket. And it's passion. I've been coming here long enough that I've seen kids dating, married, have kids, and those kids have kids.
It's an emotion pit. Sure, people put their life savings in here, but then people put their life savings into sailing, golf. Some people save up all year and come here on $5,000 or $10,000. Some people have got millions. Yeah, you can put as much money into it as you want, or you can substitute innovation for money. If you're brilliant, you can do that. If you're not, it's a money pit.
And occasionally, when the combination of both money and innovation hits the jackpot, the results can be mind-blowing. Case in point, the Turbinator, an Apache helicopter motor-powered streamliner capable of streaking over 458 miles per hour, the fastest wheel-driven vehicle on the planet. For land speed enthusiasts, the road to Bonneville Speed Week starts well before the rubber hits the salt. Building and maintaining a vehicle that can withstand the Salt Flats' harsh conditions is a daunting task. No one knows this better than Bob Williams, owner and builder of the Aero Streamliner motorcycle. Despite its futuristic torpedo shape, beneath this aluminum skin lies a motorcycle with 2 wheels. The heart of this beast is a 500cc, 4-cylinder, turbocharged Honda motorcycle engine. It's been carefully wrapped in a custom-built frame welded with chromoly steel. And by the way, the Streamliner also houses a driver who must ride lying on his back while looking through a 3-inch periscope. This year, Williams is once again returning to Bonneville in a 3rd attempt to break the 500cc blown fuel or turbocharged motorcycle land speed record of 211 miles per hour. That record was set back in 1956 by the German motorcycle company NSU. Bob and his team have come tantalizingly close to breaking this record in the past, but close in this sport just isn't good enough.
The bike is 8 years old, 2 years in building and 6 years in campaigning. It started out with a fuel tank from an F4 Phantom Fighter. 24 inches in diameter, 13 feet long, with a few dents in it for $500. That was the tip of a very big iceberg. I built the hoops, matched the inside of the diameter of the shell, so the outside of the hoops fit inside the 24-inch shell. The frame become extensions of those hoops. The swing arms were parts off motorcycles that I had to modify and strengthen so they could take the forces of the heavier weight and a more powerful motor. It's been such an evolution all the time, getting the point where it works. What you think works, you take it down there, and it doesn't. And the salt and the other things you have to deal with, it's like trying to build something for the moon when you're on Earth, because the circumstances are so different.
Bob Williams and his crew have discovered that preparing the Streamliner motorcycle for Bonneville Speed Week is easier than finding a qualified rider to pilot the machine. Finding candidates for the job of hurdling at speeds of 200+ miles an hour on a runway of salt while lying on your back just inches above the unforgiving surface has proven to be difficult. This year, longtime motorcycle show promoter and experienced drag racer Bar Hodgson has agreed to take on the challenge. After ogling the Aero Streamliner at one of his own shows, the 70-year-old just couldn't resist stepping up to the plate after hearing that Team Aero Racing was searching for a new rider.
Well, I used to drag race back in the old days and run big Harley strokers, and when I turned 60, I decided to take up road racing and did that for about 10 years, and now I've hit 70, and Bonneville is one of the last things I haven't done, so now's the time to do it.
There's no blueprint on how to do this. There's no guidelines on how to do it. I have a wonderful group of friends that bit into my dream. If it wasn't for that, we couldn't do it. I couldn't do it by myself, and I couldn't do it without the help of all these people who all volunteered. It's about the human spirit as much as it is about racing. To the record, boys.
Here, here.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This year's Bonneville Speed Week kicked off 2 days ago. With it have come the long lines and prolonged wait times that are inevitable at the start of the week. But Bob Williams is a veteran at this game. This year, he arrived a few days into the event to ease the stress on the team's new rider, 70-year-old Bonneville rookie, Bar Hodgson.
Bonneville Speedway. You go, oh, here's a racetrack. You pull and expect to see grandstands and buildings and everything. A nice black pavement all laid out and green grass down the sides of it, but there's nothing. Just one big expanse of white salt. Isn't this a bizarre experience? Guys are driving motorhomes down there. Everybody's strutting their stuff, and they got all their great stuff here. Customs and rods and everything. Only in America.
This is a huge area, as you well know, and a person can get lost out here, and we try to make sure that everybody knows where they're going at any given time. You don't want somebody wandering out on a racetrack when there's a vehicle coming the other direction, and that's why you see an abundance of cones out here.
Before they can chase a land speed record, all registered competitors must have their vehicles thoroughly checked by Bonneville Speed Week's meticulous staff of technical inspectors. Each vehicle must meet the SCTA's strict safety requirements. A team's failure to meet these tough standards will result in being disqualified from racing.
What happens if the front of the car breaks off?
My legs are up there. I'm paraplegic then. This section of the car won't break up.
Safety is key most. Records are what we're here for. Safety is, we want these guys coming back. While this looks like a very simple form of motorsports where you just get in the car and drive it in a straight line, it's not. And things happen real fast at 200+ miles an hour. So we want to make sure all the guys and gals that drive up here are thoroughly protected.
My concern is, I'm not really feeling anything underneath the seat where it's secured. Because, look, let's say he takes an impact, the seat comes down, the belts come off his shoulders because he's compressed, and now he's not restrained within the vehicle anymore. So.
The rules for safety are very, very strict. These are the strictest rules that I'm aware of in any form of racing, because they don't want anybody to get hurt. The whole idea is to have fun, go fast, and not get hurt.
After passing technical inspection, racers queue up behind the starting lines and wait to make their timed run down one of the club's 3 temporary drag strips. With over 500 entries this year, many find themselves baking for hours in the sweltering heat. SCTA licensed riders returning to Bonneville can attempt to set a record on their first run. But Bar Hodgson is a Bonneville rookie, and before he can even attempt to make a record run of over 200 miles per hour, he must first prove that he is capable of going fast out on the salt by obtaining a series of licenses.
Bonneville is not about just going there and racing. You must obey all the rules, and they're all safety-oriented rules. So you've got to prove you can go fast. You have to go a step at a time. You have to prove that you can go 125 miles an hour, then 150 miles an hour, then 175 miles an hour, and then 200 miles an hour, and get licenses for each of those before you get to go over 200 miles an hour. We weren't going to go for our license right off the bat in the Streamliner because there was a bunch of work had to be done to it yet. And I could save a lot of time by using a standard Superbike to get my lower licenses. We'll move to the Streamliner when we go for our higher licenses. We're trying to adapt this GPS to it so that I can get a mileage, an accurate mileage read, because this race bike only has a tachometer on it. So I've got to guesstimate my speed, and I can't break out. I've got to run 125 to 149 without breaking out. If I hit 150, I got to go back to the back of the line and do it all over again. So we don't want to do that. I got some concerns, you know, I haven't raced on salt before. I feel apprehensive coming into it, and I try to think of everything. If I can clear my mind up to say you've covered all your angles, bar, I have no problem being resigned to something and going for it. This is the borrowed leather. These we borrowed from Doug, one of the tech inspectors, when mine wouldn't pass.
Took it right in there. The view's nicer up there.
Yes, sir. My age really hasn't been a factor. It never bothered me all my life when I was younger. It doesn't bother me now. So do I consider 70 years old as a barrier here to me in that? Absolutely not. I mean, everybody here is gray beards everywhere I look. There's an element of danger, but frankly, being on the open bike, that was concerning me more than anything, because if you have a get-off on that at a very high speed, you're going to do some tumbling, and who knows.
Have you gone down yet today?
First time.
Not?
First time today.
Okay. How fast are you going to go?
135.
Okay. And any problems whatsoever, which way are you going to turn out?
I'm going to turn that way.
Okay. Nice clean run, you're going to turn out to your right. Okay, once you pull your parachute when you go through the traps. You're paying attention, that's all good. Have you ever driven on salt before?
No.
You're going to enjoy this. 8780 with the rookie attached.
Hodgson has raced a motorcycle before, but never at these high speeds, and certainly never under these harsh conditions. The temperature is high, nearly 100 degrees, but the pressure to perform is even higher. A crash on his first run at close to 150 miles per hour could be fatal.
I took a small peek at the GPS, and it was reading 83 miles an hour. And I went, it's just a big guessing game.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
It says 113 miles an hour. That means that we were...
You have to do 125.
That we need to be in 5th gear or 6th gear. It means we're so far off, it isn't funny. No good. Got to get back in the lineup. Go do it again.
Bar Hodgson isn't the only one going for a land speed attempt at this year's Bonneville Speed Week. Out here on the Salt Flats of Utah, it appears every land speed racer dreams of setting a new world's record.
I laid in bed for an hour this morning going through the gears with my eyes closed. The record's 232. I'm pretty confident we can do it.
Depending on the class of vehicle, land speed racers use a 7-mile long course or one of 2 5-mile short courses, where top speeds are recorded by the SCTA officials down to 1/100th of a mile per hour. This dizzying amount of data is recorded and tracked in the club's master control tower, located between 2 courses at the 3-mile marker. Here, a team of dedicated volunteers scoured countless timing readouts throughout the entire week.
1946 will be next up on the long course. This is the master control here. We do all the course control, the safety dispatches, all that, and I announce all the speeds and basically, what's going on throughout the day with everybody. We got 3 computers that we're using up here on the in the tower itself, plus the auxiliary equipment downstairs. Everybody has a monitor, so we're not looking over people's shoulders like we used to in the old days. We used to set up on a scaffold with a computer readout thing about that big. It had these big, huge dials on it, and they were spinning like, all that, and it wasn't very sophisticated. Now we got, over 500 entries and 3 courses, so, it's a big system. And in the last mile, Bob, you went 244.535. Everybody says, oh yeah, I can bring my drag race car up here and go 350 miles an hour, but most of them don't understand. And to make a car run for 5 miles without, blowing things all over the track is very difficult. A quarter-mile car, you can do it. They will not live here a quarter of a mile. We have a spin on 4, long course.
For Bar Hodgson, a high-speed get-off is not an option. Now ready for his second attempt at his first of 4 required licenses, he still has a long, hot, salty road ahead of him before he can take a shot at the record.
There's such a great chance of the conditions not being right, the salt not being hard, too much wind, rain, and you have that window of opportunity like a space shuttle, and if it goes by, you go home with your hat in your hand.
When you get down to the end and you turn off that throttle, you have a sense of elation because you've gone through the timing traps. It's all history now. You just got to get the numbers now. So you turn off and you come to a stop. You've gone so fast down there that you're all by yourself out on the salt, and you just stop and you just have time to think about things before your crew even catches up with you. That's a great time. A time to really be personal about the whole thing with yourself. Well, that was a good one. The car just verified that it was a 135, right on the money, exactly what we needed. Oh, my sunburn is hurting. Big load off my mind, really. No guessing, no nothing. I could see exactly what the speed was. I saw 135, held it right there. Guy verifies 135. Yesterday, they told me 8 miles without a helmet on. And like my sunburn's covered with salt, you're rubbing salt in my wounds. All right, so back to the line. We'll get on the end of the line. We're all set for the next run. Okay.
Instead of obtaining his D license, Hodgson and the Team Aero Racing crew collect some surprising and discouraging news.
According to the rule book, you need to qualify with licenses a 125 miles an hour, a 150 miles an hour, a 175 miles an hour, and 200. But this time they said they had to do 2 runs at each category. Well, that slows the process down a little bit. But luckily the pits are thinning out and probably 30% or 40% of the people have gone home for whatever reason, time, or they blew up or had mechanical problems or whatever. But now that the number of racers is diminishing, we can do more runs now without as much hassle. You're not going to spend 4 hours in the sun trying to get one pass. Are you insured, Dave?
For what?
Life insurance case it falls on you.
I think they exclude motorcycle streamliners.
As soon as they found out I was going to Bonneville, they canceled me.
I see. Well, what we're doing here is we're taking the skin off to prepare the bike to go through tech inspection. They can't inspect it with the skin on. It looks pretty, but that's not what they're looking for. We're just tidying up some wiring now. Some salt got into some of the electrical components and caused us some grief. We had to jury rig a few things, but we're able to make it work. They're strict on safety here, extremely so. And they're strict on displacement. If you're 500 cc's and you're entered in the 500 cc class, if you're 501, you're out. 1 cc more. And they're strict on gasoline. If you use their gasoline, you're running in a gas class, the gasoline standard has been the same forever. No matter what happens with new gases, they keep the same quality of gas so that everybody sets a gas record. It's the same as a gas record 10 years ago. Okay? And they seal the tank. And when you come in after you give them your time slip, first thing they siphon some gas out. They do a spectral analysis to make sure it's their gas.
What, you again?
Yeah, him again. That's what I said.
You're having way too much fun.
Yeah, me again, right.
Again.
What happened was they changed the rules. We didn't know about it, and the motorcycle end of it, motorcycles only must back up each license run.
Do 2 passes.
We have to do 2 passes.
$8780. Go ahead. Yeah. Personally, I just like to go down to the
I've got my 3 time slips now, so now I've got 3 of my licenses lined up. I'm feeling very, very happy. And I'm now headed for 175 to 199 miles per hour, but I got to do it twice.
Well, okay, there you are. Congratulations. We'll see you on the next one.
Thank you, Joanne. Originally, we were going to do the 175 to 199 in the Streamliner, but this bike is proving so damn fast that I'm going to go for it because we went 171. So I'm just going to keep it pegged close to the rev limiter, and I think we can break it. I think we'll break it and get it on it.
As Bonneville Speed Week unfolds, the harsh conditions of salt and sun start to take their toll. Despite shorter lineups at the starting lines, equipment malfunctions frustrate many of the racers waiting to make a run.
I'd like to see him get off there and get this thing going.
Okay, so you guys dead for the moment?
For the moment.
You want to push it out, work on it, we'll tuck it back in later?
Okay. I was all ready. Try to keep myself calm. I was set to go, and now I got to wait again, and it's hot. So I just have to kind of sit here, keep it together. I'll be all right.
Got the turning radius of the Queen Mary,
records being challenged at Bonneville Speed Week, the 500cc blown fuel motorcycle record has proven to be one of the oldest and most difficult to beat. Set at 211 miles per hour by a German government-backed racing team back in 1956, it has remained unbroken to this day. Bar Hodgson is now one license away from attempting to smash that record.
If you think of it, what you could do is, you know what happened to Rossi? They found out at 200 miles an hour, the clutch lever was being pressed in by the wind. So poke your finger out.
We're going to go flat out in each gear. I'm going to power shift each gear. And when we get to the end of the second mile, coming to the second to the third mile, I'm going to be laying down for the entire mile. And I hope it's a big number.
I'd be some kind of wimp if I started thinking about, do I have any limitations here? Because nobody's got any limitations here. You know, if you're not into what you're here for, you really shouldn't be here. So this is an opportunity for me, it's a chance for me to just steep in this whole atmosphere here, which is a very unusual atmosphere and very hard to describe. It's timeless.
Motorcycle 8780. Cheers.
Well, we're not happy. We got 168, but it seems as the day has gone on, things have gotten hotter. We can hear water boiling in the engine. It's so damn hot. The salt's throwing up and it's getting into the grid work on the radiator, and heat's coming up. So that's all we're going to get out of this motor.
Back to plan B, which is the streamliner. Bar has to go with the streamliner for tech, and I think that's our best bet right now. It's not going to go any faster today. So we got a long tow. We got a 7-mile tow to get back to the pits.
Yep.
Back to the ranch.
It's a grueling process. It's hard on everybody, and it's tough. You know, it's a test. There's no doubt about it. That's the game. You want to win the big prize? That's the game. But I tell you, Bob, I've been pretty intense on this thing for a couple of days now, so I got to get my head back over here.
Well, I think this whole thing is a total learning experience. It's a test. It's definitely a huge test of endurance and fortitude and a whole bunch of other good platitudes. But I think we set out to do a certain thing, and we did that with the ProStar bike. We got our first 3 licenses. Now that's powerful. I mean, we could have failed at that point. We haven't. So now it's in and get through our final tech, show them we can bail out with safety, and then go for our shakedown run.
Oh, this is a little weirder. As all our runs had been on the standard Superbike for the qualifying for my lower licenses, this was the first time actually in the streamliner. So that was going to make it very interesting. Bob, let's review your fire holes here.
Okay. Engine compartment. This is the only one you really use.
I got to get in that cockpit, I've got to know exactly what my procedures are, and I've got to do those procedures. And if I do them all right, and we have luck on our side, which is a big part of the experience here, and the machine holds together well, we'll get it. The machine can do it. It's good for, I'll bet, 275. We have a chance not to just break this record, but to shatter it. The only thing that'll hold me back is if we do our first run on my B license, because I can't break out 250 on that.
Okay, straight down is on. Forward is a starter. Okay, So it's off, on, start.
Yeah.
Throttle is on your foot.
Yep.
Okay. You want to shut it off, pull it back. Okay, you just shut the ignition off.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very tough to get practice time in a streamliner. That's one of the things that makes it very difficult in record setting, because where are you going to run it? You can't run it on the street. You could rent an airport, and we tried to do that, but they're very short, so you can't get up to high speeds. That's why Bonneville is where people come to from all over the world, because it's 11 miles long and you can run a streamliner.
So what we're going to do now is get you in and make sure that all this stuff here, which can't be adjusted on the line, is adjusted. Okay.
Although he's now wrenching and driving for a different land speed team, Gary Hensley rode the Aero Streamliner for Bob Williams for 3 years. He came close to breaking the 500cc record in 2006, but crashed the Streamliner during the attempt. Gary's focus at this year's Speed Week is setting a land speed record in a new four-wheel vehicle of his own. But passing on his knowledge and experience of riding the Streamliner is crucial to Hodgson's success. Barr has very little time to learn as much as he can from the former Streamliner rider.
There's a big learning curve. Depends on the conditions of the course and the weather. A motorcycle Streamliner is probably the hardest thing in the world to ride or build and be successful. There's damn few of them that have ever been successful. Lots of them been built, never did a thing. Because this is what they're looking for, right? When you go through tech, he's going to grab your hand and pull it and see if it comes out of the chassis. Because imagine that there's no skin on this right now, and you're sliding upside down. You won't have enough strength or enough awareness to pull your hands down. You're afraid you're going to crash the whole time. This bike is moving around all the time. It's got a very low roll center, and you're actually looking through a periscope. So what you're really seeing is the world turning around you, and you're constantly trying to figure out which way to turn the bars to keep the thing from crashing. So it's a job, and it's really, it's very stressful and not a very happy time. How do you feel?
I feel good.
Good. And pretend for a second you're upside down. Now you got to get yourself out right now, okay? Come on. Come on out.
Show me the operation.
It's right here. All you do is that.
And how does it work? Flip?
Just flip it. You're out. All your buckles are loose. Don't touch anything. Don't do anything. Just get out. Slide your ass down. Your chin up.
This is much like being an astronaut in that it isn't about getting out and racing. It's about knowing all your procedures and the precision involved in it and making all the right steps to make sure that your mission's accomplished.
You can call me if you need to be back.
Well, that worked. I think we're ready. Finally. I think I dotted all my I's and crossed all the T's. And we're ready for inspection. This is the 7th time the bike has gone through tech inspection.
Okay, we ready?
Barr Hodgson's journey at Bonneville Speed Week has been anything but a smooth ride. He's still one license away from getting a shot at attempting to break the 500cc blown fuel motorcycle land speed record. And before he can ride in the Aero Racing Streamliner, the motorcycle must first pass this year's technical inspection.
The NSU record is the oldest record in Bonneville's book, set in 1956. And if we do set a record, the rider gets into the 200-mile-an-hour club. What that is, it's not going 200 miles an hour. It's setting a record over 200 miles an hour. You see it? Yeah. It was there all the time. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm getting old. Well, we got held up a little bit going through tech, so we're in the process of doing that now. It just slows the game down again. We're keeping us off the track. No matter how well prepared you are, worked all year on it, you think you got all your ducks in a row, and then something comes along, a little glitch, and we've got military spec connectors. We've got all the best, and still we have problems. Tom, what this is, I've got extra hoops for this, all set to bolt in. In case I win the lottery, I can make it longer and put 2 motors in. But I'd have to win the bloody lottery first, I'll tell you.
You get the money for setting the record, right?
Yeah.
Right. Got the bottle cap will get you a ballpoint pen.
Yeah. Nothing goes easy. There's always an uphill grind, but it makes victory that much sweeter. This is, funded out of your pocket, out of your, your RSPs and your kids' inheritance. But it's a love, it's a labor, it's a engineering. It's just, you meet people that you wouldn't meet anywhere else. And the technology you see at Bonneville is just fabulous.
All right, so let's just imagine you have an issue with fire or engine failure. Okay. Go.
That's perfect.
17, yeah, I got 15. That's great.
That was faster than last time. Bart was 19 last time.
You can do it faster. You can do it faster when it's on fire.
We passed tech inspection. What we'll do is we'll go back to the pits, fill the tires with nitrogen, top up the gas and the oil and the coolant water and so on, and put all the shell back on, pack the chutes, and be ready to run.
What I try to do is get the thing warm on the line so it'll idle all by its lonesome. Yeah. So when you start it,
with tech inspection complete, former Team Aero rider Gary Hensley stops by the pit to help Hodgson with the controls in the Streamliner.
If they have a good week out here, this bike could easily go 275 with no stress or strain whatsoever.
Well, my biggest concern was remembering everything I had to do, considering I hadn't done it before and everything was totally foreign. So knowing where all my controls were, keeping that fresh in my mind, what I had to do, thinking it through in my head on where I've got to make my shift points, and all those things that you must do.
We were just going over the procedure he needs to follow to get down the track safely the first time. He's got to know when to shift so he doesn't go too fast and make the starter mad at him, because he's still speed limited. They don't want him going more than 200 on this pass. So we went over the gearing chart and we set up the lights on the shift mechanism so he can see when to shift and when to not to go too fast.
We're geared to go 300. So depending on the conditions, we'll not only take that record at 211, but we expect to go 260, 270 without any problem at all. Now that and $1 buys you coffee, okay? If conditions aren't right, if it's too windy, if we have a mechanical failure or if something goes wrong, we could very well come back with our hat in our hand again. But our chances this year is as good or better than they've ever been.
You know who should be packing this is Barr. Now, I'm not being smart when I drive my race car, or who's ever driving my race car. The guy driving the damn car is the guy that packs the chute.
Everybody gets anxious and excited. We've had things where the rider accidentally bumped the chute, and the chute come out, and the rider can't tell. There's no rearview mirrors.
Okay, you want to pull that wire through?
In terms of thinking about worst case scenarios, you really don't do that outside of knowing that if something goes wrong, okay, I've got to pull my chute, I've got to fire off the fire extinguisher, this is how we're going to go down. It's all a matter of thinking it out ahead of time in case there's a bad scenario.
I think that the persistence and the stick-to-itiveness is the key to success for anybody in anything. Education doesn't guarantee you anything. You make your own opportunity, but if you attack something, then you drag it to the end. Don't give up.
In order to earn his B license, Bar Hodgson now has to ride the Streamliner down the timing course within a precise window of speed. No slower than 175 miles per hour and no faster than 199 miles per hour. And he has to do it twice.
This will be our first qualifier on our B license. We'll have to back that up in the morning. And then we're good to go over 200. Right now, I got one thing on my mind. It's getting in that cockpit and doing my job. And I've got everything focused on that and tuned in that. I want this record without a doubt. You know, this is the culmination of my motorcycle career. I've ridden motorcycles since I was 15 years old. I've drag raced, I took up road racing at 60, and the opportunity to go out and grasp that record, I can smell it and I want it. There's no doubt about it. Well, waiting in line, there was no fear. I was not afraid of anything. Really, the excitement level was starting to build as we got closer and closer to the line. I guess my concern at this stage is to just keep mentally doing mental checks on what I have to do to know that my job is right down pat. If all this is taking place all day long, I better do my job right, because it's only going to be a short run.
After a full day of preparation, 70-year-old Bar Hodgson is still raring to go. But at the Bonneville Salt Flats, it takes more than desire to set a land speed record. As every competitor knows, it takes patience, perseverance, and at this late time in the day, it also takes a little bit of luck. Something that hasn't come easy to the Team Aero Racing crew.
Guys, you're not going to make our time frame here. You guys are not going to have time to get this in. Okay?
Yep. Thanks very much.
One way or another, we'll see you guys in the morning.
We had waited most of the day in the lineup, and finally we ran out of time in the day. It was getting late in the night, and they cut the racing off at 7 o'clock, and that was it. We couldn't go any farther that day.
That's it? Yeah. You're the first one cut off?
Yeah. Well, that's the agony and the ecstasy, I guess. I mean, that's racing, is how they say it. Next morning, the weather was beautiful. We got to the line for our start position probably around 9 a.m. The starter said, "Good luck." He says, "You've got a 7-mile-an-hour crosswind." And with that, the hatch is closed. You're now in total darkness at this time. I took it up to red line in first gear and made my first shift, but I could feel a little bit of wind tugging on my right-hand side.
Line 1150, quarter-mile speed, on course 149.
As we went to the top of second, made my shift into third. We are now doing about 185 miles an hour. At that point, I started to feel the wind really take over the vehicle on the right-hand side and starting to steer me off the course.
We have a crash, right out to 3 mile.
As I got out into the rough stuff, it actually skipped about 3 times. It sounded like a 45-gallon drum as it hit the salt each time. And it rolled about 3 times, 4 times. Everything was really bashing really hard and really fast until we finally came to a stop, fell over to our left, and that's when I hit my 7-point harness and bailed out. I consider myself very fortunate that I was able to walk away from such a spectacular crash at 185 miles an hour. My hand had 2 fractures and 2 bones in the finger bones, and I had battered up knees, but really we came out of it very well.
We have a crash, right out to 3 mile.
Would I do it again? Yes, I would do it again. Bonneville's an amazing thing. Anybody thinks they can go down there and win a record real easy is wrong. Bonneville's a humbling experience. It's a spiritual experience.
The whole place is spiritual. It is a very, very different place. If you ask me if I have salt fever or if I got to experience that, I'd have to say yes. It is a strange feeling. As I said, it's very spiritual there. And when I was driving away, leaving it, I felt this tugging at me and tugging at me and tugging at me. And I can see why people go back year after year. It's really a lot of fun.
There's only a selected few people that get through this course, but the fact of life is not everybody will because they don't have what it takes.
If we don't think they're going to cut it, then it's basically a hard fail at that point.
Abort! Abort!
Potentially, if I screw up, I could put an aircraft in the dirt.
As you get to the money shot, when the load actually exits the aircraft, that's the culmination of everything.
This military aircraft is obviously not a fighter jet. It's not a tactical bomber either, but despite its lack of firepower, the CC-130 Hercules is one of the most important aircraft in the Air Force. This four-engine, fixed-wing aircraft is capable of short takeoffs and landings on virtually any kind of terrain, in any kind of weather. It's maneuverable and cruises at 345 miles per hour. But most importantly, this workhorse carries tens of thousands of pounds of combat troops, vehicles, food, fuel, and ammunition. Since January 2002, the Hercules has been a vital lifeline for NATO troops based in Afghanistan. These Canadian Air Force crafts and their crew are known as truckers in the sky. They have delivered thousands of passengers and millions of pounds of crucial supplies to the heart of war zones. Flight crews operating these tactical airlifters in a military theater need the right stuff. Streaking through hotspots at 150 feet off the treetops with no armament means you have to outwit potential aggressors with stealth and speed. Air crews must complete a grueling 6-month specialized course to prove they have the skills, the nerve, and the heart to fly in one of the most dangerous regions in the world. 426 Squadron has a rich history dating back to World War II. Here, all aircrew and maintenance technician candidates train in 30 different aviation courses that support both Hercules and Polaris aircrafts. Each year, over 1,000 personnel graduate from 426 Squadron, fully prepared for military support operations anywhere in the world. The majority are deployed to war-torn Afghanistan.
Right now, we are the lifeline for the Army, for the troops to get out of the
the area of operation in Afghanistan, so really we are the ones taking them back and forth out of theater.
426 Squadron provides training for all 6 crew positions in a Hercules aircraft. The aircraft commander and first officer pilot the plane in the left and right seats. The navigator and flight engineer support the pilots in the cockpit, while out back in the cargo bay, 2 loadmasters or loadies are in charge of freight in the rear. Some students have already flown with Hercules air crews and are looking to upgrade their tactical flying skills. Others have worked on different types of aircraft in the Canadian Forces. All of the candidates share the same goal: to be one of the select few who will graduate and then test their skills in Afghanistan.
For the no time diversion,
just like if a threat pops up right in front of you or a mile off track or something like that, you gotta get away from there as soon as you can.
Crew from the right seat, we've got a hostile helo sighted.
basically you're going to do a timing triangle. And how that works, basically making an equilateral triangle.
This course isn't just about learning to fly an aircraft from A to B. In Afghanistan, these planes will be delivering crucial cargo by parachute directly to forward troops on the ground. These students must learn how to squeeze a 132-foot wingspan through jagged, narrow riverbeds in hostile territory. There are no weapons on a Hercules. Her only defense against an enemy attack is flying at low altitude in stealth mode and evasive maneuvering while under attack. A Hercules aircrew operates with a paper-thin margin of error.
Each course consists of about 18 students. That's broken down into 3 crews of 6 students each. You have 2 pilots, 1 an aircraft commander, first officer, flight engineer, a navigator, and 2 loadmasters. Right from day one, we basically tell them that you're getting on a roller coaster ride. It's not over until almost 6 months down the road, approximately. And they're going to have ups and downs. It's going to be stressful, it's going to be fun, it's going to be painful, it's going to be a pleasure at times. On occasion, we have people that don't make it through the course. That could be for a various amount of reasons. It could be for family issues, it could be academics, it could be because they just don't have the skills that we're looking for to fly the Hercules in the manner that we do. That's the question we asked at the end of the course. Is this person capable of doing this successfully?
Okay, that's it for me.
You'll find with aircrew, they're primarily Type A personality, very focused, showing incredible initiative, and they want a challenge. And that's what I find is all the students want a challenge and they want to prove their capabilities. So we do have some characters at times, and it is good because it really provides some strong crew cohesion with the aircrew. You have people coming from different facets of life, and they all come together as a cohesive team with very dynamic discussions at times, but people are very focused on the mission, and they're very results oriented.
I joined originally in '93 as a navigator, and I was posted to the Hercules community back before the war in Afghanistan started. I'm currently 42, an old man in the community, but I've been over there 3 times. I've been over as a first officer for my first 3 tours, and now I'm upgrading to aircraft commander. When I got out of university, I joined a company, and I was sitting in a cubicle typing on a computer, and at 23 or 24 years old, I didn't think that was for me, so I thought I'd join the military and be all I could be.
Get the right hand turn for flight instruments. Check.
If you think about an airliner, there's 2 pilots, and they're normally called the pilot and co-pilot. In the military, it's similar positions. We call it aircraft commander and first officer, whereas the aircraft commander's responsibilities are the aircraft, the mission, and the crew, whereas the first officer is there to assist the aircraft commander. Anything that will help the pilot out so he can devote all this concentration on flying. I became interested in aviation when I was about 15 or 16. My older brother received his private pilot's license, so that's about when I decided that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to fly. I wanted to travel around the world, work with a close-knit team, and I didn't really want a normal 9 to 5-ish job. I wanted to do different things, and in the military you can do that.
I've been in the snow before. I'm Canadian.
I am the flight engineer. I'm the aircraft knowledge specialist. We're supposed to know anything and everything from nose to tail about the aircraft. And when somebody looks around and goes, why is that light on? Why is the engine stopped? Why is that squeaking? We're supposed to know. I'm very new to the Herc world. I came from search and rescue from the new search and rescue platform, the Cormorant helicopter. So I spent 5 years there. So it's been a pretty intense ride so far. It's a lot of aircraft knowledge to take in a short period of time. And I've got promoted fairly quickly because I seem to be pretty decent at the job, or everybody seems to think so.
It's really a natural progression for those of us that are posted to tactical flying. You start off as a first officer and sort of develop your knowledge of the aircraft and the operational environment. And then once you've gained enough skills with the aircraft and enough knowledge, then you can move on to be promoted to aircraft commander and take command in an operational mission. I've done this course in the right seat, and you know, it's a good course as a first officer, but I think it's a lot more fun as an aircraft commander.
Lockheed designed this aircraft for one thing, really, is to be the workhorse of the Air Force. It's noisy, it's dirty, and she keeps trucking along. Hence our name's Truckers. That's our call sign for the combat ready flight. And it really is indicative of what we do in real life, is take this plane all around the world, whether it be jungle runs, desert runs, Arctic runs. We're going to get it into those places that people don't want to take their pretty planes to get in there.
Session 3 of the 4-phase training program is about to begin for a group of soldiers learning to fly the Hercules aircraft. If they graduate, they will be going to Afghanistan. They have already slogged through 3 months in the classroom and are almost ready to get into the plane. But first they must prove their capabilities in the aircraft simulator. Only if this team of hopeful candidates can successfully operate in the simulator in a number of war zone scenarios will they be allowed to move on to the next level, real tactical flying in a Herc. This is a crucial transition point.
We do realize that this is not meant for everybody, and there's only a selected few people that are going to make it to this point and get through this course. Hopefully everybody does, but the fact of life is not everybody will, because they don't have what it takes.
Shane, steer right here, heading 180.
Right, 180.
Each hour that we put in the flight simulator saves thousands of dollars of actual aircraft time and flying hours. We can do stuff in the simulator that they cannot do in the airplane. You would not blow a tire on purpose on an airplane. You would not flame out an engine on purpose on the aircraft. We can do that, and if a crash, we do a reset and everything's back in line and everybody survives. We have 5 projectors up on top that'll give a 210 by 40 degree visual scene, and it's pretty realistic.
When you first get in there and start everything up, it feels like it's all a simulation and it's not real, but after about 5 minutes when you're flying around, it really does feel like it's the real thing. You get the same sensations, the same ground rush and everything, and it's quite realistic.
Today, Shane, Dean, and Tony will test their skills as aircraft commander, first officer, and flight engineer. Although the simulator can crash without killing anyone, this training stage is still crucial. In a real Hercules, missing one seemingly trivial item could mean death. During the flights, instructors are on board to keep a sharp eye on all procedures, coaching the students every step of the way.
And just to let you know, Inch, you can't do a tactical post-takeoff unless you've done the combat entry, okay?
That's what I was wondering.
Yep, that's a good point. That's why we're in the sim.
I was thinking because I didn't get my Loadmaster check in either, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
My job on the flight deck is to back up the pilots. It gets really busy. As you might say, a mission specialist, and watching the engines, making sure the parameters of the aircraft aren't overstressed. Potentially, if I screw up, I could put an aircraft in the dirt, shut an engine off when you're not supposed to, hit the wrong switch, exasperate a fire. You could take down navigation systems, so yeah, I got to be on top of the ball, that's for sure. They certainly try to get as much realism in our training as they can, and even though it's an artificial environment, it gets to be pretty real.
This crew handled the first flight easily and appears confident. In cases like this, the instructors may throw curveballs at the students to keep them on their toes.
Mountain View traffic, Trucker 7 is rolling on runway 06.
Abort.
Abort.
What is
Fire
it?
number 2.
Fire, shut down number 2. First 1 and 4 only.
We had one emergency simulated engine fire. So as we were accelerating down the runway to take off, we had a fire warning. We shut down the engine. We tried to discharge the fire extinguisher. Didn't take, fire wasn't contained, so we ended up doing a ground evacuation.
Does the simulator stress us enough? Absolutely. Certainly when you get the loud noises from the warning horn, there's certain lulls that are very normal in the day-to-day flying, and that's where they want to actually catch you and say, hey, wake up. Kind of sucks because everybody gets caught. I'm sure you've probably seen the guy sitting at his desk at work and he's having a long day and is doing the head bob. We get the same thing too.
Okay, let's ground evac. Crew, ground evac.
The procedures are all real. It's a lot of stuff to know, a lot of stuff to study and remember. It can get you stressed. The simulation is very good, and the idea is to become so proficient and so familiar with the procedures and let yourself feel overwhelmed in the simulator so you become on top of it, so when it happens in the plane that you won't be stressed, that it'll become second nature.
They reacted very good, but you know, it's something that I added on to the syllabus today because how well they were doing. Someone might say, is that fair? Absolutely, because in real life, I don't know when that engine fire is going to happen. We hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, they just prove to me that they can deal with it in a timely manner, and that's what we're looking for. Crisp, sound, immediate actions, being safe and effective, and if they're not perfect, that's fine as long as they've chosen that route that it's still considered ideal and in the interest of everybody to protect the safety of everybody.
Tactical departure of your choice there.
My choice, okay, let's do a zoom. Okay, this will be a zoom departure.
We did a zoom departure, which is where you just lift off the ground, raise the gear, raise the flaps, accelerate, and then zoom up and gain altitude as quickly as possible.
And here comes the zoom.
Nice job, right up to the see the chevrons, good stuff.
It's very different from the way an average person thinks about flying. An average person thinks about going from A to B, and mostly what goes on in the front of the aircraft is for passenger comfort. So there's no aggressive maneuvering. We are concerned with avoiding threats, and if we are being shot at, we have maneuvers that will help us defeat these threats.
We call the landing check.
There was one point in the flight where we were heading in a direction that seemed a little counterintuitive to me. I didn't really say too much, tried to figure it out on my own.
There was a situation where he didn't speak up. He knew that something hadn't happened, and he quietly stated that there should be something happening, meaning specifically a checklist should have been actioned. And then he sat there quietly and just let things pursue towards the darker side.
Landing gear. Down and checked. Nose wheel steering is checked. Comics. Go. Landing check complete.
And in this case, certainly they could have forgotten to put their landing gear down, and made it very interesting to end it off.
In the end, the crew got their gear down in time and landed the Herc safely. This near miss highlighted the importance of effective communication and strong team dynamics in the cockpit.
I guess, you know, had I spoken up and just asked the question, it would have been resolved a lot sooner. And once you get those things resolved, then you can be more effective to the crew. Because when you're off in your own world, sort of wondering what's happening, you're essentially baggage in the aircraft. You're not contributing anything to the crew.
How'd the landing check go?
That was actually my question was when was it? I said landing check when we were crossing overhead.
Yeah. No, you did, but it was really never loud enough. You should have been more firm saying, hey, landing check, you got to do something. No. You're part of the team there, right, Cito? Okay, so you need to back them up.
Certainly in the debrief, he is aware of his mistake, which is the best thing that can happen in that situation. Basically, if you don't feel something is right, you have to raise it to the aircraft commander's attention, because there's been many people that haven't done it, stayed quiet, and as a result, an incident or an accident can occur.
Dean's mistake could have forced him out of the program. Luckily for him, he recovered in time to save the aircraft. The only damage was to his ego. Dean will have a chance to redeem himself in the next phase of the course, a real flight. While the cockpit crews focus on tactical flying, the loadmasters are responsible for the cargo in the rear of the aircraft. Ground troops in Afghanistan rely on the Hercules crews to deliver things like food, water, and ammunition to places traditional supply lines can't reach. Since the parachutes can hold up to 30,000 pounds, virtually anything can be dropped from a Hercules. In training, cargo loads are typically filled with sand. The stakes are high for the loadies in the Hercs and the support technicians who pack the loads back on the ground. If during a mission, a load's parachute was to get hung up during its exit from the cargo hold, the Hercules could crash.
Behind you, what you see here are just these ones right here are our heavy loads, which would simulate a lot of the vehicles that would go out if they needed to be deployed from the Hercules. Most of them range from about 4,000 to 9,000 pounds, depending on what's going to be in them. Like if we're dropping a vehicle, it's obviously going to be a little bit heavier than dropping rations and food. From the bottom up is energy dispersing pads at the bottom, which is, we call it just honeycomb, which all it does is when the load actually impacts the ground, we'll take as much of the force as possible and compress so that the load doesn't get damaged. But from that, you just go from your horizontal restraint systems, just so the actual G-forces of the load exiting the aircraft doesn't shift the load off of the platform. But besides that, everything from the suspension slings here is just how the parachute will attach to the load itself, and the release mechanism, which is actually one of the most important parts of the load, because the moment it hits the ground, it needs to have the parachute disconnect from the load so it doesn't let it get dragged across a highway, or in this case, across the battlefield. If anything goes wrong with these loads, any parachute that's hung up outside the aircraft can bring it down. So anything shifts in the aircraft, gets hung up, we're talking about a whole aircraft thundering in, and unfortunately, it's not pretty thought at all. So especially in terms of overseas where there's already a high risk with the pilots going in there as it is. So in terms of the quality control here, it's extremely important that everything in the book is followed exactly the way it's supposed to, because any malfunction, and there's more than just a load that's going to thunder in, it's people's lives.
Good morning. The following briefing is unclassified. Political talks between the UN, Sparta, and the Vandal governments have heated up over the current location of 2 tank battalions. A total of 6 SLM.
In Phase 4 of the training program, Hercules air crews are tested without the safety net of the simulator. After several weeks of some basic cargo drop exercises at the airfield, flight teams are now given their orders and objectives just as they would in a real war zone. Within a simulated combat environment, they are told when the cargo is scheduled for delivery and what to expect from enemy resistance. The team has just a couple of hours to map out the most strategic route to fly to the drop zone, deliver the load on time, and then fly safely back to base with enough fuel in reserve.
The front end crew is here. We've got the 2 pilots and the navigator, and we're coming up with the route and the flight plan. The flight engineer is at this point going over the plane and making sure it's completely serviceable, and the load masters are going over the loads in the back to make sure that they're ready to, they're accepting the loads. The loads have been all rigged, and they're accepting the loads from the people that rigged them, making sure they're QCing them to make sure they're good, and then they're going to check their part of the plane to make sure it's good to go as well. Today's mission, we're seeing a few things that are new. We're getting something called a FAC 9-liner, and essentially what that is in layman's terms is a situation where the Army doesn't exactly know where they want us to drop this load. Typically we have that information, so we just plan for it, but today it's one of a possible number of possibilities of places where we could drop it. So we're going to get airborne, and we're just going to go to a point in space and hold, and someone's going to tell us at that point where to go. As well, we're going north to drop on some drop zones we haven't seen yet, so that's going to make it a bit interesting as well. We're all under a certain amount of pressure because it's a course to perform, and now they've added on another little bit of pressure. They call this week War Week, where every time you go up and fly, you have to meet certain levels of competency, and they've ratcheted up the levels to the point where we're supposed to do it without errors. So to continue to advance, we need to get it right.
Since the operations are happening for real in Afghanistan, we have pretty much made the drawing line that either these crews are ready to go out and deal with something for real, or if we don't think they're going to cut it, then it's basically a hard fail at that point.
Every member of the flight team is aware of their crucial roles and responsibilities during the mission. This is the make or break moment in the course. Instructors on board will be monitoring the entire flight. If something goes wrong, it's the instructor's job to single out the weak link within the crew and its chain of command.
3, 2, 1, take off.
Speeding through the war-torn mountains of Afghanistan, just several hundred feet off the ground, in a 155,000-pound aircraft, leaves no margin for error. If this team can't carry out today's training mission successfully, someone will fail the course.
Essentially, in my seat, in the left seat, when you're flying the aircraft, you really need to pay most of your attention on exactly, say, not hitting the ground and watching where you're going. That's where I have my navigator, who is keeping a good eye on the timing control so we don't get ahead or late.
Just be careful then. Use a couple features. Check. See this river at your 12 o'clock here? Yep. That's pretty much on track.
The navigator is all important in the run-in phase to the drop. He's got to situate the plane right in space, right where we need it to be, and on time to get the load out. And so, very challenging for him.
They have GPS and radar at their fingertips, but because they're flying so low and so fast, the navigators choose to work from topographic maps while sighting landmarks on the terrain below. They receive last-minute coordinates from the Command Control Center. Now they can make their approach to the drop zone. The entire crew is aware that staying on time is crucial to the success of this mission.
We fly very fluidly, but at the same time, we have a timing that we have to meet and a destination that we have to meet, within 1 minute. And that's to get the drop on target on time. So it all has to culminate in being where he wants to be at a given period of time.
Loadmaster deep position.
Loadmaster acknowledges. Here's our river.
Roger that. Slow down now.
Rapid door. 2011 code. Cleared over.
The whole mission was pretty mundane right up until, well, we got into the hold, and then that was when the money shot was happening. We knew what drop zone we were going to, so then it was game on.
Stand by for the pop. Pop now. Keep rolling left. 15 seconds.
What drags the load out of the back is the deck angle, so we fly the aircraft at a very high deck angle, and it's on a roller system where we cut a rope type idea, and it just rolls out the back. So as you can imagine, if that deck angle isn't there, it won't roll out properly, but if it's too high, we run the risk of stalling. So it's right on the edge of the envelope.
5 seconds.
Do you have it?
Got the round.
Cole's got it.
Green on. Keep rolling left. 15 seconds.
Flaps. Reset 4.
5 seconds.
Do you have it?
Got the round.
Cole's got it.
Green on. Low clear.
Flaps.
As you get to the money shot, when the load actually exits the aircraft, that's the culmination of everything, and that's, for me, the most challenging, the most exciting, and everything is and the most saturating.
Clear to close.
Ultimately, we have to drop this load not only on target, but within a certain window. In a bigger package, there may be multiple people going to the same target, so we need to hit it on our time because someone else is using it at a different time.
The load was dropped on time and on target, but there is no time to rest easy. Now the crew must navigate back through hostile territory to the safety of their airbase. Just because they avoided enemy detection on their way to the drop zone doesn't mean there isn't an ambush waiting for them during their return route.
We fly low level to avoid detection, generally speaking. The type of threats that we're trying to avoid, an unfriendly force with small arms or AAA or something like that, anti-aircraft artillery. So he's looking for you. If he can't see you, then obviously you're successful. In order for him not to see you, we want to put terrain between us and a potential threat. 200 minimum safe distance is our contract, and what that means is essentially it's 200 above ground, but bearing in mind if you have 50-foot trees, if you're 200 above ground, you're only 150 above the trees. If you do the math, it's approximately 250 feet.
A lot of it really is focused on the front end. That's what you've seen with the pilots and the navigators. You've got the engineers there, but you can't forget that the loadmasters are part of that equation. They are an integral part of the crew, very important. They do a lot of work that goes hidden.
Top edge, Trucker 5, go ahead, please. Roger, Trucker 5, top hat words, initial picture, 2 bogeys, suspected helos, hostile.
They will be spotting out their windows, covering the rear aspect of the aircraft, looking for threats, any kind of unusual activity on the ground, reporting to us, because for pilots in the Navigator, we can only see forward of the aircraft, and when everything's past the wings, that's their responsibility. Could be a missile, could be AAA fire, something like that. They're the guys that are going to save our bacon from the rear aspect.
Okay, 090. Okay, guys, we got a threat pretty much on our 3 o'clock position right now for 15 miles.
Cool, snap, 270, engage, hostile helo.
Jig, helo bander, right, 4 o'clock, 3 miles, hot. Still firing, Sam, right, 5 o'clock, 1 mile.
The drop to the ground troops was perfect, but the flight crew is now under enemy fire. After a slight hesitation, the aircraft commander executes several evasive maneuvers. It works. He saves the aircraft and his crew from being hit by enemy anti-aircraft artillery. The first officer relays the enemy locations to Allied forces on the ground, who will then move in to eliminate the threat. After changing course, it's the Navigator's job to quickly generate a new route back to base.
I'm thinking he's helo, I can outrun him.
Roger that.
Even though the approach, the drop, and the aircraft commander's evasive maneuvers were near perfect, there was a slight hang-up in adjusting the follow-up navigation plan, which briefly delayed the aircrew.
Landing gear.
Down and check.
How big a mistake was the delay? The crew will have to wait until the flight debriefing to find out.
It went pretty well. There was some errors through the flight, but overall they did pretty well. We kind of take them to a couple levels above what they might see in theater, so that they'll be ready for that when they go over there. Some people actually might go to theater and find it a little bit mundane compared to what we do here on the course. Our War Week, which is what we're into right now, is pretty much the most difficult HERC training that you're going to get.
You want to be overtrained, you want to be overtasked, and it's like anything, you know, if you overtrain physically, if you run a marathon every day, you can run 10 kilometers no problem.
After the flight, the instructor tells Captain Shane McGill the mistakes they made. During the attacks, the delayed reaction of the Navigator could have put the flight team at risk by flying into unknown and potentially dangerous enemy territory.
Okay, are we all here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Debrief Trucker 5. Planning from the front end was a little more compressed than usual. That was no surprise with 3 run-ins. This environment, especially the training environment, is one that obviously you have to do the job right, but you have to do it as fast as you can. You can't take a lackadaisical approach to it. So I don't know how to debrief it any more than that, but just be as snappy as you can. Be fast and perfect. How's that? Okay, 7 tomorrow morning for you guys. Thanks.
Despite the navigation errors, the overall execution of the mission was considered a pass. Every member of this flight crew will get to fly again. The flight crew members are not the only ones involved in a successful cargo drop. In Afghanistan and in training, the Hercules aircrew must coordinate with a drop zone controller. They supply vital environmental data that affects the outcome of the drop.
Trucker 5, drop zone Tiger, check 1 minute. Winds from 350 at 9 knots, clear to drop. I'm their eyes on the ground, so I see what's going on here. Should there be any hazards that would come into play when they were on their run-ins, I would advise them of a stop drop. I'm also here to call their winds. There's wind limitations for certain types of drops. We give wind direction also, and then the navs are able to calculate their release points also using the winds that I give them on the ground. So ultimately, we're just another added safety. We also coordinate the recovery of the parachutes and the loads. Whoop, I need to come a little closer. So this meter here is called an anemometer, and it gives us the wind speed in knots. So currently it's giving us a reading 9.4 knots. And this is what we use to advise the air crews of the wind limits on the ground. Trucker 6, drop zone tagger, check 1 minute. Winds from 350 at 13 knots, clear to drop. Part of the communications that we do, we communicate twice with the aircrafts. We communicate on their inbound, which is 6 minutes out, and then the second communication we have with them is at the 1 minute. And at the 1 minute, we give direction of the wind, the speed of the wind, and then we advise the air crew whether it's clear to drop or not. At any time between the 1 minute and the actual drop time, we can advise them of a stop drop. Should there be a little aircraft come into the area or a civilian come onto the drop zone, we would advise them of a stop drop.
As flight school nears the end of Phase 4, training missions get harder and the standards are raised even higher. 5.5 months of training come down to just a few more evaluation flights. The next challenge? Contour flying over the treetops and tucked down in the riverbeds.
This is the make or break point in this course. It's made very clear to the students that this is in a very aggressive training plan. We'll be flying in riverbeds. The ultimate challenge there for contour flying, concealing the aircraft from the enemy. There's definitely an art to it. Not only an art, but a huge requirement for a huge skill set, because the fact of life is you are going to war.
In Afghanistan, Hercules crews fly through jagged mountains every day. To avoid detection, they will have to tuck a 155,000-pound aircraft into a winding riverbed going at over 200 miles per hour. It sounds like suicide. In a war zone, it's quite the opposite. Effective contour flying conceals an aircraft. That means facing a lot less enemy fire from the ground. The pressure to perform is enormous.
There's always pressure to perform. Every single day things get a little bit more complex, so there's an added element of a little bit of stress both in the pre-flight planning process as well as during the flight. There's more going on, and your expected level of performance goes up all the time, so it can get stressful, absolutely.
And we are 17 minutes and 30 seconds from our original timings. Check.
Okay, just stay right on the edge of this lake.
The first officer is there to assist the aircraft commander. If he's busy flying, I'll be reading the map, handling communications with the ground and other aircraft, ancillary control, flaps and landing gear.
Once when you cut the corner, it's a direct line. If you guys aren't on the money for a 10-minute Rolex, it's going to make it difficult for the river route.
Okay.
To ramp up the pressure, the instructors have subtracted 17 minutes from their drop schedule. Now the crew must take a shorter route through the riverbed. Add bad weather to the list and a drop zone they've never seen before, and you've got the makings for a white-knuckle mission.
The mission this week is to deliver a load via an airdrop scenario. The loads typically are container delivery system, so 2,000-3,000 pound load, that type of thing, trying to get it on target on time. They've done that in the past. It's kind of been a little more canned, in the sense that we've been doing it at drop zones just to the south of Trenton here. The drop zone they're going to, they haven't seen before. So the first time when they acquire it, from the slowdown point right into the actual green on, when that load actually goes, it's all new to them.
Crew from the right seat, we've got a hostile helo sighted after the drop near Point Alpha Romeo 8. Stand by for updates.
The reality is you can have someone on the ground trying to shoot you. You're trying to do a good deed. Someone might take it as you're not being welcome.
Crew from the right seat, that last reported threat's now eliminated.
We have to be very cognizant flying in the valley here, guys. Prevent your blowouts. For the loadies too, you're in on this part here. We want 200 feet off the wingtips. If we're getting close, I need you to let the AC know that, okay?
Check.
There will be times where you might feel uncomfortable. Expect to be close to the edges.
Check. Okay, this track is right on, right when you come over this ridge, you should see the entrance to the river. Check.
When we're down at 200 feet, there's a lot more to play with. So you've got the terrain that you've got to worry about. Things are a lot faster coming up on the pilot. So when we're flying along on a regular Air Canada mission, as I call them, you can couple up the autopilot, sit back, have your coffee, and relax. Well, when you're down at 200 feet, you don't have that luxury.
So left turn just after this.
Right, G, just follow through with your thumb on the map, okay? If anything, you're gonna fall behind because now we're going 5 times faster on the map.
Okay.
You've got to stay ahead, but not too far ahead of what's coming rushing at you. Because if we're going, for instance, we're going 210 knots ground. That means we're going 3.5 miles per minute, so it comes pretty fast.
Okay, come right, hard right turn now. You got your clear weather, Dean. That's the kind of stuff we expect.
Okay.
Okay, you know you gotta go right. You found clear weather to the right, make it happen. Okay, keep coming right. Let's just get back in the river route. We'll worry about the timings later.
Okay, we're crossing over the river now.
Now at 200 feet, we're going to use valleys, we're going to use lakes, major features down on the ground to actually pinpoint where we are.
Okay, now get your ass in there. Get on the right side. Okay, let's call a left turn.
Okay, left turn's gonna be to 330.
All clear left.
Clear left.
Okay, this is where we're gonna do a big left and a hard right. So you wanna get on the left side?
And the next heading's gonna be 030.
Check.
The aircraft commander has to enter and exit the riverbed several times due to storm systems. But the navigator and first officer have kept him on course. They're now approaching the drop zone on time.
Stand by for slow down.
Low master acknowledged.
Slow down now.
Right seat, look for your drop zone.
Okay, got it.
The pressure to hit the drop zone on time and on target is greater than ever. All the successful contour flying will be for naught if they miss the unfamiliar drop zone. It could mean failure for the aircrew. For the loadmasters, it's even worse. If their cargo malfunctions at the drop zone, failing the course will be the least of their worries.
For the heavy equipment airdrop, if that hangs up, meaning that it doesn't leave the aircraft and you got that extraction chute, that drogue chute that is out in the slipstream, that could really, it could cause the hurt. Despite its massive amount of power, it might not be able to fly. Because if you slip one step, it could mean between survivability or become a statistic.
Slow down, check, please. Pilot acknowledges. Green on! Load clear. Flaps. Green off.
The load is dropped without a hitch, on time and on target. In this combat scenario, all enemy forces have been eliminated, so the crew heads for the airbase. For this aircrew, this is the culmination of nearly 6 months of training.
I think it went great. I think we worked better in front of the camera.
Yeah, the camera adds a little bit of pressure. A couple weeks ago, I wouldn't have imagined being able to fly 200 feet off the ground at over 200 knots, all the time navigating, avoiding threats, and then coordinating the extraction of a load to land on the target at the exact time, exact location.
Yeah, I agree with the nav. The river route was a bit, well, quite a bit challenging, a bit overwhelming, but good exposure.
As a whole, everybody's been doing quite well. Considering it's a very challenging course, it's not for everybody and they're not going to just slide through easily, but they are putting in their full effort, which has really been appreciated, and we foresee everybody graduating off of this course.
Loadmasters, do you have anything to add?
No, number one Loadmaster's good.
From here, they'll move on to the mountain flying phase. That's an add-on part to the course, so they get that requirement as well. And then there'll be a 4-day check ride which flies throughout North America.
This is really becoming a reality for me now. It's been a challenging course and the end is within weeks away. I've already got my date for Afghanistan and yeah, it's going to come quick.
I'm scheduled to deploy with Spencer, so that's my focus right now.
This course has been very challenging and demanding, and ultimately to fly in Afghanistan as an aircraft commander and get a load to some of our guys on the ground that really needed would be the ultimate thing.
Overall, I was very happy with you guys. Very challenging day. You gave me the confidence so that you guys can complete this course with great success. So well done, guys. Very well done today.
Request K9, search of the vehicle.
The dog conducted a search and they located 7 half-pound bags of marijuana.
Street level wise, you're looking at $475,000 for the crop.
When it comes to the war on drugs, the growth of organized crime has reached far beyond its traditional stomping grounds. This is not Colombia. This is not Mexico. These police photos were taken in Canada. Over the last decade, drug enforcement officers have seen a dramatic increase in the amount of outdoor marijuana grow operations, especially in the province of Ontario, where warm summers, wide open tracts of crown land, and a large export market all add up to big profits.
Dealing with the outdoor marijuana grow operations, I call it an epidemic in Ontario. Over the last 5 to 7 years, our outdoor grow operations in this province have surpassed the indoor ones. Marijuana grow ops in this province is a multi-billion-dollar organization. The marijuana being harvested in Ontario, in many cases, is going south of the border, coming back into Ontario either as cash, weapons, or cocaine or other illicit drugs.
Profits are huge. $10 seedlings planted in the spring can net well over $1,000 a few months later in the fall. And these sophisticated criminals will stop at nothing to protect their investment.
The violence levels are definitely a lot higher, and it's the money and greed that keeps these organized crime individuals involved in drug activity. You have people that are going to their hunt camps and they're being accosted by individuals that just stole dope, and they're being shot at and they're being beaten. Our officers are, they're going into fields and they're approaching individuals that are arming themselves with Tech-9s and Uzis and shotguns and handguns.
National, provincial, and municipal police forces are all responsible for fighting this new epidemic. But the Ontario Provincial Police, or OPP, is leading the charge. The OPP's Drug Enforcement Section, or DES, is the province's lead agency responsible for drug enforcement.
We designate approximately 140 officers that are addressing this problem. While that sounds like a lot of police officers and we're happy to have them, we'd certainly like more. It's exhausting. It's not an 8-hour shift. Days are very long. 18, 20-hour days are not uncommon.
When it comes to shutting down the business of illegal marijuana, the OPP believes in using a multi-pronged approach. The Drug Enforcement Section uses intense training, high-risk undercover takedowns, evidence corroboration, and grow-op eradication to keep the pot off the streets and to pull cash out of the pockets of organized crime. Each year, the outdoor marijuana growing season lasts from late May to early October. But for these DES officers, the war on drugs is fought throughout the entire year. To intersect illegal marijuana at the street level, the OPP relies heavily on tips from confidential sources. When DES officers receive a credible tip from an informant, they must engage in what's known as a high-risk takedown, the surveillance, pursuit, and possible arrest of a drug trafficker.
Busy morning, early start. I received a call around 3:30, 4 a.m. this morning when I was sleeping. I got a page from a confidential source who I spoke to just shortly after receiving that page. It was information regarding a drug transaction, a drug deal that was going to be going down in the east end of Ottawa early this morning. So when I got up, I had to quickly scramble a team together.
Detective Constable Chris Dobler has assembled 2 uniformed officers in 2 marked vehicles, the K-9 unit, and a team of undercover officers whose identities we can't reveal. High-risk takedowns are potentially dangerous and always unpredictable. They must be executed cautiously and methodically.
All right, everybody, thanks for coming out on such short notice. We just had a last-minute call from a source. We've got an individual from Toronto. He's driving a silver pickup truck. He stayed over in Ottawa tonight, or last night, I should say. The only description we have from the source information at this time is that it's a white male in his 30s, has shaggy brown hair, shoulder length. During the briefing, I basically gave them a summary of the information they needed. I don't provide all the information. Again, I don't want to compromise the identity or any of the information provided by a source. So I basically gave them the information that they needed to do their job that morning, depending on what their assignments were.
On this day, the cat and mouse game begins with discreet surveillance of the alleged suspect. First, undercover officers must confirm the accuracy of the informant's tip-off.
All right, 10-4 from everyone. We're just going to go position ourselves at the hotel to see if we can get observation of our suspect vehicle. And then everybody else, if you can attend your rally locations and staging areas, and then we'll proceed shortly. We had a smaller surveillance team. Essentially, their job is undercover. We don't want their vehicles or themselves being known.
Chris, you reading?
Okay, come on. Yep, go ahead.
I've located that vehicle there. It's sitting in the parking lot at the hotel.
We had somebody set up at a meeting location and the location that our suspect was staying at and going to be leaving from. That officer went and identified the actual vehicle in the parking lot, and their job on that morning was basically to watch the suspect leave the hotel, get into his vehicle, and leave the parking lot. The location that our suspect was staying was bang on from the source information we received, as well as description and vehicle.
And around westbound now. Out of my sight.
Yep, Chris, see him. He's heading westbound on Promenade. That suspect's vehicle is still heading west on Promenade and has just driven through an intersection. Our suspect vehicle just went through the intersection at Silver 7 and is still heading westbound on Promenade. And the suspect vehicle was confirmed by license plate. I was the in-between surveillance officer, so basically I took the suspect when he left from his hotel. I took him to the meeting location of where the drugs were going to be delivered. Transactions, they can take place inside residences, buildings, but again, it is common for transactions to take place in public areas and public parking lots. I mean, it's out in the open. I mean, it's easy. It's always close to a highway usually. Yeah, our suspect vehicle just turned right onto Main Street, and we are now heading northbound on Main Street. We've got public parking lots on either side of us.
I've got your vehicle, Chris.
The brakes are on. We're just holding up for another vehicle coming the opposite way. And our suspect vehicle has just turned left into a parking lot. And I'm just going to continue on northbound on Main Street. Over to you, Steph, if you have it.
Yep, that's 10-4. I've got an eyeball on your suspect vehicle coming through the northeast parking lot.
Okay, heads up there, Chris. I've got a silver four-door, appears to be a Toyota Camry, just traveling towards your suspect vehicle. Stand by.
10-4, thanks. Uniform vehicles are in place.
Yep, that's 10-4. That vehicle is now parked. And I've got both drivers stepping out, Chris. Walking over to each other. A quick handshake, engaged in conversation. Stand by. Your second suspect, blue jeans, blue golf shirt, about the same height, brown hair, glasses, goatee. Just engaged in conversation. Stand by. I've got your second suspect back to his vehicle, door open. Suspect 2 to the trunk. Suspect 2 to the trunk. Stand by. Your second suspect now walking towards the silver pickup with a large duffel bag, black. And we have a drop. The black duffel bag is now in the rear seat of the silver pickup. Stand by. Door closed, quick handshake, and your second suspect is now walking back to the silver Camry. Both suspects now on board. Stand by. The silver Camry is pulling away.
I'll get the license plate on that Camry.
10-4, I've got brake action on the silver pickup truck, and it is also moving. Your silver pickup is now coming out. It appears the same way he came in. Chris, stand by.
A lot of times things happen so fast that it's something that the public may not even be aware of, that these things are going on. I mean, it's something you have to be looking for to see. The transaction went down like clockwork. Basically everything that we knew happened the way it was supposed to happen. And that in turn gives our uniform officers the grounds that they need to effect a lawful arrest.
Actually, he'll be westbound. pickup truck that stopped on Main Street.
Possession of marijuana. I don't get it, guys.
You're under arrest, don't move, okay? You have anything on you right now?
I got nothing
any
on
knives,
me.
any weapons?
I got nothing on me. I got nothing on me. I mean, I'm just driving here in Ottawa, and all of a sudden I'm getting
possession of
arrested
marijuana for the purpose of trafficking.
I don't even know what that means.
I'll explain to you in the car. Follow me. You know this car over here.
Marijuana.
We generally have uniformed officers conduct the vehicle stops and arrest. And again, it doesn't leave any doubt for the suspect himself who's being stopped. Fully marked cars with roof lights and the whole bit. As well as when those officers get out, they're fully clothed in police uniforms. So again, there's no doubt on the person being stopped that they are actually officially being stopped by the police, rather than us using our vehicles where we're in plain clothes. We have plain clothes vehicles with no police markings, and the person was arrested by the uniformed officer without incident.
Going to request K9 search of the vehicle.
I'll read his rights to counsel.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just go start the search, and if he indicates on anything, I'll let you know.
I'll stay by the vehicle.
Once the subject was in custody, we just went ahead and conducted a canine search of the vehicle. The dogs are a lot more accurate than we are. That's why we use them. Their sense of smell is way stronger than ours. They work on scent recognition and reward. The dogs don't know they're looking for drugs. They're looking for a scent that will get them rewarded. And that reward is so important to them that they will work extremely hard to find that scent because they live for that reward. So in this case, once they find the scent, they're trained to indicate. And in my dog's case, it's a passive indication where he finds the scent, he'll sit, and when he sits, that tells me that he's found the scent he's trained for, then he gets his reward. We do get put in some dangerous situations, but that's what we're trained for, and the dogs are trained to be in very high stressful situations just like we are. Well, just like everybody else, we as officers judge the situations. If it becomes too dangerous for ourselves, for the dog, we have as much power as we want to pull back and reassess, and we won't put ourselves in extreme danger, nor will we put our dogs in a situation that's not safe.
Back.
Randy, copy?
What?
Yeah, we've got an indication here on a black duffel bag, orange lettering on the front. You just come over here and have a look. It looks like a hockey bag, but just come over here and have a look.
Can we look inside?
Yeah, go ahead and have a look in the bag. We've got a passive indication on the bag. Okay. So just go ahead and see if there's anything in that before I keep going.
Yeah, Danny, do you read?
Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, there's several medium-sized Ziploc bags, looks like dried marijuana butt inside the bag.
10-4, thank you.
These been read his rights to counsel and cautioned, and he's requested to speak to a lawyer, so I'm going to take him back to Canada for processing.
So I got some ID here too, so.
All right.
That's our man.
The dog conducted a search, and they located 7 half-pound bags of marijuana in a black duffel bag. So each large Ziploc bag is traditionally a half-pound of marijuana. So we ended up getting 3.5 pounds of cannabis marijuana. So the information received from the informer was very credible. Dangerous? No, it wasn't dangerous. I mean, we felt safe. We always, we never rush an operation. I mean, if from the get-go, I know we were scrambling because everything came in early, but I mean, safety is paramount. Our safety, the safety of the public, and as well the safety of the suspect. But today, again, dangerous? No, I was completely comfortable with the resources we had. Everybody was bang on with what they were doing. Everyone knew their jobs, and everything went down like clockwork.
The main focus of this high-risk takedown was the interception of the marijuana in an effort to keep it off the street. In this instance, the buyer was arrested on the spot, while the seller was allowed to leave the scene.
The individual, the suspect that took off, we ended up obtaining their license plate, Ontario license plate number. Our surveillance officers were able to get photographs of that individual, and once that person's identified, again, they'll be charged for the offense as well, again, because they're a party to that offense. The street value of the bust, it depends the relationship between buyer and seller, other variants regarding street value, but I mean, you could safely probably say, I mean, $4,900 to $6,000-$7,000. As minuscule as it may seem, I mean, any amount of drugs that we can get off the street is definitely making a difference. And even if it's a small difference with one person's life, or I mean, on a larger scale, I mean, we make a difference within smaller communities or even large cities.
Members of the OPP's Drug Enforcement Section face potentially violent scenarios on a daily basis. So ongoing specialized training is crucial. They must be skilled in the use of deadly force in order to protect themselves from dangerous marijuana growers and traffickers.
Gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to your firearms training. My name is Rob Spolster. For those of you that don't know me, I'm in charge of the training unit down in Aurora. I've been teaching firearms for 17 years. I love what I do, and it's my pleasure to be here to work with you. And that's what I do, I work with you. And I steal as many ideas from you as you're gonna steal from me. So we're gonna give you what we can, and we're gonna ramp it up. It's not gonna be standing here shooting dots. If you're teaching your coppers to shoot standing still, you're doing them a disservice. So you gotta teach your guys to move and shoot.
The Drug Enforcement Section carries out probably the most search warrant entries of any unit in the OPP, and we do them every day, every week. We're doing entries ourselves, and so this is just vital training for our members.
During a real firefight, an officer's resting heart rate can almost double to 180 beats per minute. In this highly stressed state, it becomes virtually impossible to aim a handgun by closing one eye. Here, officers are trained to fire instinctively, looking at the target with both eyes wide open.
I want all your rounds within this 12 by 18 square. That's where they have to be. If you miss, you're losing. So the target never lies. So keep your front sight in your vision, both eyes open, and look at what you want to hit. 5 rounds on the commanded gun. Stand by. Good. Guard, guard, look around, look around. Gentlemen, if you're missing, you're losing.
The shooting aspect of it, what we term as muscle memory. So the repetitive nature of the shooting prepares us for going into these high-risk scenarios where we have to revert back to our training.
2 steps forward and 5 rounds.
2 steps forward, 5 rounds. You got 10 seconds. Stand by. Good. Please go. Nicely done. All kinds of time left.
In drug enforcement, probably pretty much every member at some point in their career is going to be drawing their gun, probably more than once. Unfortunately, that's the reality of it.
Top your mags up, gentlemen. Can you do me a favor, spread that out a little more next time so I can count it easier? Good job. We're trying to teach these guys speed and accuracy. Not having lots of accuracy and too much speed, or too much speed and no accuracy. We're trying to find a fine balance for each of them. Each shooter shoots a little differently, obviously. Different body sizes, different setup. But we're trying to teach them that if you can balance that speed with accuracy, then you're going to be able to get the gun out fast enough, be in a position where you can shoot accurately with that speed. And that speed is paramount when it comes to keeping them out of harm's way. These guys and gals are put in harm's way every day if they're doing a door kick, executing a warrant. They're going into, for the most part, the unknown. And sometimes the intel isn't as good as they want it to be.
Sit on your ass. Gentlemen, if you get pushed down or knocked down, it's one of the best positions to shoot from. Why? Because you're stable. 5 rounds, go. Hustle, watch your muzzle, let's go. Push it.
There's 3 things we try to prepare them for: tactics, their skills, firearms, and then there's mental conditioning that goes along with that, which is difficult to teach. But these guys know where they are and what they're doing, and these guys love being out here because they know that what they're being taught is something that'll hopefully keep them out of harm's way one day. So, obviously we're throwing this imagination aspect in. You guys bust into a door, you breach, police search warrant, and there's a gun in your face. The most dangerous part of it is the muzzle. If it's a semi-automatic, 1 round's going to go off, and obviously more than that if you don't get a hold of that slide. So you want to hold underneath, and all I want you to do is press the trigger, okay? And while he's pressing, I'm going to smile because I know what's coming next. Go ahead. Press again. Now what am I doing? I got this grin on my face and I'm just filling him with everything. And now there's a fight for this. And he can't fire that again until what?
Clears it. He racks it.
Until he physically grabs the rails on the slide and pulls it back to chamber another round. So while he's clicking, click, I got that little grin and I'm filling. Because now, I'm not going to lose. It's either him or me, and we're not trained to lose. You get the idea? Doesn't hurt your hand, nothing. Okay? Go ahead, rack. For the most part, the people that these guys and gals are dealing with, they don't have the morals, the personalities that cops do, where there's no police officer that wakes up in the morning and wants to go to work and shoot somebody. Well, you've got criminal elements that they may have come from somewhere where that's a normal thing to do. So if you get an opportunity today while you're shooting, and I do it all the time, is I'll flip one ear off while I'm firing, just to hear that pop. So when it happens, I'm going to know what it sounds like, right? Grab the 3-meter line, time to ramp it up. There's way too much talk and not enough noise. Fast and hard, be accurate. Only shoot as fast as you can accurately hit. 2 to the body. Shooter, stand by. Good. It is safe. It is safe. 5 rounds. Good.
In today's drug subculture, criminals known as pot pirates sometimes raid the outdoor operations of other illegal growers, stealing their crop, and the huge profits that go along with it. These pot pirates are getting more and more sophisticated. They have even been known to wear counterfeit police uniforms while cutting down a crop. Growers are increasingly turning to the use of heavy firearms and booby traps to protect their investment from the pot pirates.
I've been a police officer for 23 years, and when I started, till now, it's only getting worse, it's not getting better. So we got to keep our guys up on what we do and give them everything that we can when we get the time to do it to keep them safe at the end of the day.
3 things you have to ask yourself if you've got to shoot a suspect. Number 1, did I hit? Were my hits effective? Am I dropping blood pressure? Is he down? Is he wearing a vest? And do I require more is the third thing you have to ask yourself. Do I require more? Is he still moving? And on top of that, is there another suspect? Do not be in a hurry to put the gun away. On the command of gun, we're going to turn, draw, fire 5. Once you fired your 5, stop and guard. 2 to the body, stop, then scan again. Questions? Here we go. Gun! Gun! Keep moving. Keep moving. We're just trying to keep up with what's out in the street. The criminal element can practice anytime. So the more we get them out here, the better. Safe.
Detective Sergeant Paul Henry and Detective Constable Chris Dobler of the OPP Drug Enforcement Section are carrying out a drive-by of a suspected marijuana grow operation. A few weeks earlier, they received a tip from a confidential source about a former dairy farm that had been converted into an indoor grow op. Further investigation uncovered higher than normal electricity records, a telltale sign of high-intensity lighting commonly used in marijuana grow operations. A background check carried out on the new owner of the property revealed several past convictions in connection with indoor marijuana grow operations. The DES now has grounds to enter and investigate the property covertly in the hopes of further corroborating the existing evidence.
What we've had to do is do a drive-by of the property to further verify how we would enter onto the property. And the investigator actually today met with a judge earlier today and dropped off what we call a general warrant, or an information for a general warrant. And at 2 o'clock this afternoon he picked it up and it was signed. After looking at this, I think that probably our best bet is to go in along this tree line here. We'd normally take a little bit longer to conduct the entire investigation, but we have ramped it up because the tipster called us again and has indicated that that the grow will probably be moved quite soon. It's either ready to be harvested or it is actually just going to be shut down and moved. The description of the property is just almost identical to what the source gave us.
An OPP specialized team will assist the DES with tonight's operation. Team members are specially trained to detect booby traps, snares, and other man-made threats, and if necessary, engage armed marijuana grow operators. They must remain undetected while clearing the way for an officer to take photographs of the suspect building using a forward-looking infrared thermal imaging camera, or FLIR. This special camera can detect heat sources commonly found within indoor grow ops, like high-intensity lighting and fan-driven exhaust points.
So our operation here is going to be to enter the property covertly with initially with our 2-man team, to enter into the property, secure the site, and then call our FLIR operator up along with his cover man. This is where I'm going to be dropping you off here, just before the tree line right here. And so I'll maintain a position somewhere in this area. All right, let's go.
The stakes are high for the OPP specialized team. If detected, they will be forced to pull back, and the DES will be unable to collect crucial evidence. The crop could potentially be moved or harvested before they acquire legal grounds to raid the property.
certainly there is an adrenaline rush when you're jumping out of the van and entering the unknown. You got to have that rush, and you got to learn how to use it to your advantage, and you know, stick to your tactics, but just don't let the adrenaline take you too far. It could overwhelm you and ruin an entire operation.
These operations can be extremely dangerous, so the OPP specialized team relies on extensive training. These officers are called upon frequently, usually on short notice, and they have to be on top of their game.
The number of times that we're being used, probably several times a month at least, especially in the summer and fall, probably 2 or 3 times a week, it seems. I suppose it has a certain element of danger to it, like anything that we do as police officers. The rifle I have in my hands right now is a C8 .223 caliber rifle, assault rifle, and it's our primary weapon on operations of this kind. You're very cautious about where you step. You got to go slow, just in case you do encounter a trap of some sort.
Typically for us, I mean, an operation would take place in the early morning hours. Obviously with the information we received, there was basically a heightened sense of expectation that the crop may be missing or being taken off, and we wanted to be sure that we got in a little bit earlier. Primarily what we're looking for, obviously, I mean, anything that's going to compromise our safety or our mission. Probably our biggest concern is people out and about on the property. There's a certain element of danger that we always have to consider and train for and practice for and be prepared for, such as, you know, counter surveillance techniques such as cameras or tripwires or things like that may be set up to prevent us from moving in closer. So I think, yeah, a lot of our details, I mean, if you don't have danger or have your heads up or you be alert on some of these missions, then, you know, you're bound to fail. There's going to be trouble. Sometimes we find in particularly outdoor marijuana grow operations, we'll utilize some type of booby trap or form, not only to prevent the police, but also to prevent other people from entering onto the area where they have their grow operation.
The OPP specialized team has remained undetected, and the DES is now in the position to use the FLIR camera to collect the crucial evidence they need to help warrant a full-scale police raid on the suspect property.
What we had was 2 officers that were basically sent ahead a little bit of the FLIR operator and myself. Once it was deemed safe, then myself and the FLIR operator moved up into the position so we could do our work, our close recce in and around the location.
For my safety, for when I walk, when I use the device, because it is a camera and there is a screen on it, my night vision is affected, so for my safety, my fellow officer makes sure that where I walk is safe, and again, for my security, just secures me in the sense that if there's any neighbors in the area or the suspect comes out of the house, he provides me that support. So, I mean, I'm always comfortable and confident when we're out there.
Team leader from FLIR operator, we have a possible anomaly on the door side of the outbuilding. Possible exhaust location. We'll investigate further.
We had an exhaust point, information of an exhaust point. So when utilizing the thermal imager, you could see a heat anomaly in the area of the side of the structure, consistent with a location where the indoor marijuana grow would be exhausted. All that hot air, that stale air has to be exhausted so that fresh air can also be brought in.
Team leader from operator at the side of the building. We have the odor of cannabis marijuana emanating from this exhaust point, and the sounds of fans heard operating.
I went up to the side of the structure where the anomaly was observed, and I was able to detect the odor of cannabis marijuana, the fresh odor of cannabis marijuana consistent with marijuana plants, as well as the sounds of exhaust fans used to expel that air.
Our search of this location is completed, and we'll slowly be disengaging from the property.
Excellent. We'll see you at the extraction point.
Roger, extraction point.
Although we were out early, the imager definitely picked up a heat anomaly, which was corroborated when we went around the building. We were able to detect everything that we needed, We obtained all the grounds that we needed, that in fact there was an indoor marijuana grow operation operating out of this location.
It was a very successful operation. We've certainly confirmed our suspicions and have corroborated what the confidential source told us. We suspect it's a commercial size marijuana grow, so we're pretty happy with the results. Everybody went in, got their evidence and came out safe and sound, and can't ask for anything more than that.
On this evening, members of the specialized team were successful in helping the DES officers collect thermal images. This new evidence must now be processed to help create a new warrant to raid the property. If all goes according to plan, this crop of illegal marijuana won't be hitting the streets anytime soon. The OPP's Drug Enforcement Section, or DES, has received an anonymous tip about the existence of an outdoor marijuana grow operation on Crown land in rural Ontario. Late yesterday, the tip was confirmed with a helicopter flyover. A large eradication team made up primarily of undercover officers from the DES has been assembled to raid the site and seize the crop. After another flyover, the helicopter will now meet the convoy at a predetermined staging area, not far from the remote grow operation itself.
We have a significant amount of intelligence that comes in from members of the flying community, private pilots, also just farmers, property owners, members of the public, and informants. They provide us with coordinates. We take a look at it, see what's feasible, determine the credibility of the intelligence, and then we'll schedule a flyover.
Okay, if you look right at the end of the swamp here, and then up into the green, you'll see a bunch of dead birch trees, and a funny green stuff in the middle there. That's all marijuana.
These plants, especially this time of year, are very easily discernible from the air because they have, as you can tell, they have a very deep, dark green color to them, and they're, once you spot them from the air, you're not likely to ever forget what they look like.
Our climate is suitable for growing marijuana plants outdoors. There's no overhead. The overhead is buying a place in rural Ontario, planting anywhere from 1,000. We've seen them as high as 40,000 in the province, and that's huge numbers. When indoor grows, there's overhead, there's electricity, there's the cost of wiring. Indoors also, you're in a community, you have to hide the grow and all the steps. So it's the criminal organizations have found it much more profitable and easier to go outdoors.
Because the marijuana is located in an area not accessible by any road, the team will have to be airlifted to the grow site from the staging area. Detective Sergeant Paul Henry briefs the eradication team.
Okay, you guys have had your formal briefing. I just want to make sure everybody's clear. The guys are going to go in and clear the site before anybody else goes in. Checking for traps, bear traps, spike boards, fish lines with hooks, and all the regular stuff. So you've got your C8s, and get in there and clear it before anybody else goes into the grow. And once you guys give us the all clear sign, we'll move in and start assessing what we have and take down the plants.
An OPP specialized team will assist the DES in executing today's eradication. For these specially trained officers, the initial approach to the grow-op is the most dangerous stage of the eradication. Marijuana growers frequently tend to their crops once every 2 or 3 days to make sure that their plants are safe and healthy. They also go to great lengths to protect their investment, which often can be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Treacherous booby traps, guard dogs, or armed lookouts could be lying in wait for the eradication team. To ensure the safety of the team, 2 heavily armed officers are airlifted to the site first and tasked with securing the potentially dangerous area. The first approach to a grow-op is always a high-stress situation, but these highly skilled officers are ready for anything.
They're specially trained in order to come in and safely go through a grow in order to detect traps, any risks, or if they encounter growers on site that are maybe armed, or even if they're not armed, at least they're trained in how to deal with the situation.
The first 2 officers report that the area is secure. The helicopter will now shuttle the remaining team members in for the eradication. The site is secure, but the team must stay sharp. An undiscovered booby trap could severely injure an officer. The growers could return to the area armed with weapons at any point. Officers armed with C8 rifles will stand watch from elevated positions around the perimeter of the crop for the entire eradication.
We've had incidents in the province before where innocent members of the public out ATVing or hiking have come across organized crime groups cultivating these grows. They've been held hostage, they've been shot at before. It's a danger for our officers as well. They'll go to means to protect their grows.
We've got a couple of guys maintaining observations to make sure that we're safe while we're in here harvesting these. So there is a possibility, and it has happened before. We've encountered people at the grow sites and usually arrest them on site, and we have encountered traps, of course, in the past. There's probably about 375 to 400 plants in here, and it's fairly well concealed. It's remote, and it's in a little bit of a basin here, a natural basin, natural water supply, and they've used a hybrid plant that's short and harder to detect, and they're all female plants, probably clones. They're started from clones, and probably capable, most of them are capable of a couple ounces per plant of finished product. So a fairly good cash crop in here. What's happening right now, it's a female plant, and it's trying desperately to be pollinated. Of course, there's no male plants around to pollinate it. So they just continue to produce that THC that everybody's looking for, or the growers are looking for, until they die. This is just one branch off one of these plants, and it's fairly loaded up with bud. And again, you can see it's these are all female plants. You can see the white little whiskers or hairs coming out of the cola or bud material. And that branch alone would probably yield somewhere between 10 and 15 grams of really high quality or fairly good quality bud material. And that's worth 150 bucks on the street. These plants, they are almost like a weed the way they grow, but the thing is, the more you water them, the more healthy they get and the more they produce. So in the dry part of the summer, they really have to come in here every couple of days when it's hot and water them. And in this case, water supply right there all summer long probably, and they would just use buckets and dip pails of water and put a pail or two on each plant every few days in the summer when it's hot. In my opinion, I mean, in all the grows that I've seen, this is probably an independent guy, maybe one or two people, and this is a single crop situation. This is a manageable number for one or two people, and quite a tidy profit that they would end up with as a result of this.
If the criminals responsible for this marijuana were to be convicted in a court of law, they could go to jail for life.
We have 140 officers investigating. We just don't have the manpower or the resources to keep up with this epidemic. And sometimes we just got to come in and we got to eradicate it and get the drugs off the street.
It's been a crazy fall. One of the worst I've seen in regard to boldness with the growers. We're also finding that the people that are on these grows, that are working the growers, are oftentimes forced into this or at least under some sort of duress. Either they owe a debt to an organized crime group or to some larger independent a boss that is overseeing these grows, and they have growers come in and work the fields, and they're not really too concerned about them being arrested or caught. And then I don't think they're that concerned about a few crops being taken off, because if a few make it through, they'll more than cover any expenses and make a substantial amount of profit as well. We're piling them up in the center here. We've got a net sling, we call it, that will pile it all on, and we'll get the chopper up and we'll hook the sling to it and sling it out of here to the trucks that are waiting closer to the highway.
After several hours, the marijuana was effectively removed without incident, and the helicopter begins the process of shuttling the officers back to the safety of the staging area. The criminals who grew this pot may never be apprehended, but this eradication will help to keep the marijuana off the street and keep the cash out of the hands of the criminals.
There's just shy of 500 plants. They probably started out with 500 plants. So you're looking at street level wise, you're looking at $475,000 to $500,000 for the crop. Be a good income for the year.
Criminals have no boundaries. Police have no boundaries. We must work as a team, and we do work as a team. We work on an intelligence-led model, meaning that we're talking to other police agencies, we're talking to members of the public, we're talking to everyone to get the information to battle this epidemic. In the OPP itself, the Drug Enforcement Section talks to all the different units. We share information, everything to make us more effective and to battle organized crime. We have to stay on top of it, and we're doing that every day.
This marijuana eradication was considered a success for the members of the OPP's Drug Enforcement Section. But it's also just another battle won in the seemingly endless war on drugs.
Ever since I was old enough to understand the concept of racing, I really wanted to make it big.
I think for throwing him into the fire, short notice, no testing, he's done very well. Very impressed with him.
Must have spun out or went off track.
No form of motorsports racing is rooted as deeply in American popular culture as NASCAR. Today, it's by far the most popular form of auto racing in the USA. Each summer, millions of rabid stock car fans flock to events across North America to watch their heroes race at speeds of more than 260 kilometers per hour in NASCAR's premier championship, the Sprint Cup Series. At larger tracks such as Daytona International Speedway, a Sprint Cup race can draw crowds in excess of 160,000. To keep fans on the edge of their seats, NASCAR fills their track with a seemingly endless supply of highly skilled drivers and teams. This deep talent pool is filled by several smaller series, where up-and-coming drivers and teams cut their teeth and hone their skills.
Like most stick and ball or hockey leagues, if you will, NASCAR has a structure and a system. You start at the grassroots level, and there you go cut your skills. You see if you've got what it takes, so it really is based on the talent. That's what the top tier teams in NASCAR are looking for. They're looking to spot that raw talent out there, that next pitcher, that next goalie, that next talent.
In Canada, the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series is the place for aspiring Canadian racers and teams to strut their stuff in preparation for a shot at the bigs.
Well, the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series is the only national series in Canada. We run coast to coast. Our furthest race west is Vernon, BC, and we go to Antigonish, Nova Scotia. We run 13 events across the country.
It is the top series in Canada. It's a place for Canadians and, for that matter, Europeans. We've had Australians, and we have a young man, Joey from Holland. He races here, so it's attracting. It is high on the radar, if you will, of the NASCAR world.
Picton, Ontario is not high on the radar in the NASCAR world. Its population can fill the 168,000 seats in Daytona Speedway 40 times over. But that's never stopped this small-town boy from dreaming of the big time. Malcolm Strawn has spent his entire 25 years in Picton, most of it trying to drive as fast as he can. A room filled with trophies shows just how serious he is about the sport. Malcolm's success was fueled by the passion of his parents, owners of a small photo business on Picton's Main Street.
Picton was a decent place to grow up. This is where it all began for me, where I dreamed of being a big-time racing driver and having all the money and the fame and all that kind of fun stuff. Everything from my father putting together a pedal car, taking out the pedals, putting in a belly pan for it so that I could go flying down paved hills and go sliding around the plastic tires. It was a lot of fun.
Hey, that's good. Hey, yeah, you bet.
This is really a hockey town. Motor racing is definitely not what people think about when they come to the county, but through the influence of, I think, of my father, growing up a lot of weekends at racing circuits and that sort of thing, I definitely had dreams of going fast on four wheels rather than skates or kicking a ball around. Ever since I was old enough to understand the concept of racing, I wanted to be behind the wheel. I wanted to get up into the big time, whether it was NASCAR, whether it was Formula One, whether it was Le Mans, anything like that. I really wanted to make it big.
His first karting race I ever watched him in, I mean, he started mid-grid, and I mean, this sea of little cars take off, and you just kind of go, oh, my child's in the middle of all of that. And suddenly he miraculously appeared at the front by the first corner at Shannonville. And I thought, okay, stay there because I don't want you in that mass in the middle. And he seemed to always do that. Right from the very first race, I knew he had it in him. He had that analytical brain, and he could analyze setups and situations, tell his father, and his father would make the cart to what they ended up having was a winning combination. David, of course, Malcolm's father, has done extensive racing through his career. So I think it was all just inevitable that he would be where he is today.
There are a lot of memories in this garage. We've spent so many hours out here. It's unheated, and sometimes those hours were very uncomfortable, so it was sweat like blazes in the summertime and freeze our fingers off in the winter. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. We've learned how to do a lot with very little, primarily because I guess I really couldn't afford to pay somebody else to do it. It actually always did my heart good because we'd go out and race against $250,000 twin-turbo Porsches and Ferraris, and our home-built Corvette with used tires and pump gas would invariably beat them. And I put most of that down to Malcolm's driving talent more than perhaps the car preparation. But at any rate, the trophies came home with us, and that's what counted. So proud father, no question about that.
Every time I turned a wrench on the car, It was always a thought of how can I get up to the big time, and I quickly came to the realization that a lot of it is money, and if you've got to either come from money or you've got to be well connected with good sponsors to be able to make it in this business.
Hey buddy, how's it going? Good.
In professional racing, no sponsor means virtually no chance. But just before Strawn parked his racing career for good, television network Rush HD has thrown him a lifeline.
I was pretty much running out of hope in terms of making it as a professional racing driver. I really didn't know what was going to happen, and came across Rush HD and thought, well, here's an opportunity that might exist. So got in touch with a few people and managed to show them what I'm all about. We put together a really good deal, and I'm really excited to be running the Rush HD Dodge in Montreal.
Rush HD has offered to give Strawn one shot at his dream. They are sponsoring his entry into this year's NASCAR Canadian Tire Series race at Montreal's legendary Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. This is a massively popular Canadian stock car event that shares the bill with a NASCAR Nationwide Series round. It's a chance to impress some of the NASCAR bigwigs. Best of all, it's a road course, which is Strawn's specialty.
I'm really pleased with the fact that there are going to be a number of really big NASCAR teams there, and I just hope that somebody takes the time to watch the Canadian Tire Series race and takes notice of him, because I'm sure he'll put on a pretty good show.
I really think this is my biggest shot at making it in the big time. If I can impress the right people and influence the right people, maybe I could get a shot at being a road course ringer for some team in the Nationwide Series. They only run 2 road races a year, so they need a pro driver in there to get the job done, and hopefully I can convince them that I can be that pro driver. This will definitely be the biggest race I've been in, and I'm really looking forward to basically show what I'm made of and show that I can hustle a car around a track as well as look good on camera for the sponsors, so we'll have to see how it goes.
In just 2 days, race car driver Malcolm Strawn gets one shot at a dream. He will be competing in a NASCAR Canadian Tire Series race at Montreal's Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. This NASCAR-sanctioned event will lead into a bigger race, a Canadian stop in the Nationwide Series, and 70,000 stock car fans are expected to attend. For this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Strawn will be competing in the Rush HD Dodge, owned by Jim Bray Racing. Jim Bray is a NASCAR veteran with more than 40 years under his belt. He's one of the few Canadians to have ever actually raced with NASCAR in the prestigious Daytona 500.
I ran in 2 Daytona 500s, 64 and 65, and I know a lot of great people. He let me, Richard Petty's a personal friend, and I was at his first race and his last race. What I know about Malcolm's driving ability is from what I hear from other people, and I heard good things about him. To me, it's as important how a guy conducts himself off the racetrack. You know, I mean, you might say there are lots of drivers around, but sometimes there's not lots of good people you want in one of your cars. So we're a little fussy.
With Team Bray's hauler set up in the paddock, Strawn heads off to park his car. He's a long way from the red carpet. In fact, he's a long way from everything.
It's about 1:45, way out in P3 parking. Any further, we'd be in the water. We're about a 10-minute walk away from the pits, which is another 2 kilometers away from start-finish line. So a lot of walking around. My father actually raced here back in 1986. Pretty impressive stuff.
The team's trucks are parked in the makeshift pits, and the rolling technical inspection area is set to go. But no one's allowed to pull their cars out and get to work until NASCAR gives the green light. Every race team will be given precisely the same amount of time to prepare their entry for NASCAR's very strict rolling technical inspection.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see when all the gates go down, the cars start coming out, pit carts are rolling out, guys get working on stuff. They're all excited to get going here, and as you can see behind me, there's lots of work going on here today.
Car looks good. I like it up close. Can't wait to get out in it though, that's for sure. Yeah, the car is quite a bit different from the Corvette that I used to race. Big carbureted V8, a bit more power, should be a closer ratio gearbox. But drove a late model stock car on an oval for a total of about 20 minutes once, so hopefully that'll give me a bit of experience of a similar type of machine. I definitely want to get in, even just feel out the gearbox, see how it feels, see what I need to do to get used to it, especially for qualifying, so that I can turn in a quick lap. But yeah, it should be fun. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Before the Rush HD Dodge can take part in tomorrow's practice, it must first pass NASCAR's technical inspection. Luckily, this pit crew doesn't have much to worry about. The number 49 car was built from the ground up by Jim Bray's crew chief, John Fletcher, a talented fabricator who has built upwards of 50 stock cars during the course of his career.
Inside and out, we built the car from scratch in 2003. Jim Bray bought it 2 years ago, I think. So we had this opportunity this weekend with Malcolm, and I told Jim, go for it, you know, it'd be fun. They're about 125,000 turnkey. There's a lot of work in them. There's a lot cheaper race cars out there, but they don't have the man hours in them. More production line stuff. This is it's an oddball car, and it's much like a Cup car was 15 years ago, or a Busch car. They're a great car. They're just their own beast. You can't take them anywhere else. So that they're unique to what they're doing. There you go.
Okay, that's mine. You can have that back because I'm happy. You're good to go. Okay, thanks.
Malcolm, this is where you're earning your stripes. Oh, yeah?
The Rush HD Dodge passes technical inspection without a hitch. Now, as per NASCAR rules, inspection officials put a strip of what's known as rookie tape on the car's rear bumper. This simple yellow tape lets the other drivers know that the number 49 entry has a rookie on board. Just a few hours later, Team Bray runs into an unexpected snag during a mandatory safety gear inspection.
Those are counterfeit.
Really?
Yes. They're supposed to be magnetic. If they're real Hans, they're supposed to be magnetic steel.
So what can I do about that?
You can get them changed here.
Yeah?
Okay. You have to go down to the Nationwide garage to get it done though.
Okay. It's a little unsettling. The Hans device basically goes underneath the your shoulder belts and then goes up behind the helmet, and then there are two tethers that attach to the helmet. So in an accident, basically your head can't extend too far forward. It's a bit unnerving that the past couple of years I've been racing with counterfeit safety pieces. I got to get them changed before I'm allowed on the track.
Luckily, Malcolm's counterfeit Hans device will be repaired in time for tomorrow's practice run. Relieved, Strawn takes a moment to stroll through the Nationwide Series paddock to catch a rare glimpse of life in the fast lane.
It's funny because you get into something like the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series, and it's a big deal, and then you just walk down a pathway a little bit, and all of a sudden you're next to the bigger guys, and then it's like, oh well, it's another step up. There's a little bit of the kid in a candy store type of feeling, but at the same time, it's kind of like the kid in the candy store that doesn't have any change in his pockets, and hopefully I can talk to a team or two, or at least have a few people watching the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series race, and if they can see how well I do, then they might be willing to pick me up for a road course race or two. The forecast is for rain tomorrow. If there is rain, it might play into my hands. I tend to go well in the rain. I've had some good results in the rain, and I absolutely love racing in the rain. So if there is some inclement weather, then I think I have a better chance of finishing higher up in the order. When I was very, very young, I had a lot of experience in the rain. It's definitely not normal for racers to enjoy racing in the rain, but then there are the few oddballs like me that absolutely love it, so let's see how it goes.
Today, the competitors in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series will get their first and only official practice session. It will be their first look at the Montreal street circuit. For Malcolm Strawn, it is also his first and only chance to drive the Rush HD Dodge before qualifying. And to raise the stakes even higher, for the first time in his racing career, getting noticed by NASCAR is a real possibility.
That's not only possible, but it's happening today. It's been happening since the inception of the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series. Probably the first one was Pete Shepard. He got recognized by Jack Roush, got a ride in the truck series, and you know, we've got guys like Andrew Ranger that compete down there, and DJ Kennington is very well respected already and recognized in that garage area. So many of them have crossed over from this end to that end and are recognized.
With his Hans device now up to spec, Strawn is geared up and ready to roll. But his pit crew still have some last-minute adjustments to make.
You can be here for a week, and in the last minute, there's a bunch of stuff to do. My friend, one time she said, "Is the car ready?" I said, "The car's never ready." She said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, it doesn't matter how much time you have. There's always something to do right in the last few minutes."
I got here around 6. There's been a lot of stuff going on right now. They think the battery's just a little bit low, so they're just charging it a little bit. Yeah, I'm really happy to see the rain this morning. Should be a bit of an advantage. It would be nice to get a bit of dry time in the car just so I can get a feel for the balance of it and everything. I've driven similar cars before, so this one in the rain, I don't know, I should be able to figure it out. Fingers crossed anyway.
A triple disc clutch, right?
Yeah, you push it as much as you need and that's it.
Right. So when I'm starting, like when I'm going,
once you get it rolling, just let it out.
Let it out.
Yeah.
So like I don't want to slip the clutch.
No, don't drag it. Just get rolling, let it off.
Let it out.
And only push it as much as you need.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to coach him on his driving. We know he can drive. We have to coach him on this car. These are a different animal from everything else. So just try to keep him out of trouble till tomorrow. And we'll turn them loose.
While waiting in the hot pits for his practice session to begin, Strawn's pit crew hits a speed bump.
They want you up there, I think.
What'd they say? We got to fix the light, Jim.
Huh?
Got to fix the light. It's not on, they don't go on the racetrack.
I've been trying to say.
According to NASCAR rules, during rain conditions, cars must be equipped with brake lights. Unfortunately, the plug required to activate Strawn's brake lights is back in the team's hauler, parked in the paddock, 1 mile away.
For the wet, you're supposed to have it on a switch. Well, we hardly ever run in the wet, so it's got a plug that's all hooked up, but the plug's in the other trailer. Typical motorsports.
If Strawn's brake lights aren't working within the next few minutes, he'll be barred from entering the track. Losing his one and only chance to get used to the car before the qualifying session would be devastating. Crew member Sean McGlynn pleads with the officials for permission to run without the lights.
Do we have to have a brake light? Do we have to have a brake light?
49 has trouble with their brake light. Are they required to have it for practice? $10-4, thank you. Don't need it, just roll out.
At the last minute, NASCAR officials ruled that the number 49 can run. and the Rush HD Dodge is allowed to enter the track. This practice session is crucial. These are extremely difficult cars to drive, and Circuit Gilles Villeneuve is unforgiving. For Strawn, this will be a fast and steep learning curve. This is also a crucial session for the number 49 pit crew. They will be monitoring the car's performance from pit lane. Vital information gathered here will be used to tweak the car's setup before this afternoon's qualifying session. After one warm-up lap, the practice goes green. Mother Nature has decided to keep the weather conditions for this practice session less than ideal. Most drivers hate running in the wet, but rookie Strawn loves nothing more than racing in the rain. It doesn't take long for the wet conditions to take their toll. Near the completion of lap 1, the 41 car spins out and Strawn squeezes by, narrowly missing a collision that could have ended his weekend early. On his second lap, Strawn's wet weather skills shine through as he makes an impressive pass.
The skills needed are to be gentle with everything, to be really smooth, to have a good feel for what the car is doing. You also need to experiment a lot to find where there's grip on the track. You don't want to stay on the dry racing line because that's where all the rubber is. It's grippy in the dry, but it's really, really slippery in the wet. So you actually want to go offline around the outsides of corners to try to get grip where the asphalt is basically untouched.
5 minutes into the session, Strawn is 11th fastest. Suddenly, he starts to struggle with the number 49's adjustable braking bias system. Within seconds, he loses control and is forced to pull off onto an escape road.
He was driving a high-performance Corvette before, so I told him, don't be disappointed if you're 25th or something. These cars are difficult to drive. They're different. They're heavy. They don't have as much brake as a lot of cars. They have less tire. They're heavier and restricted engine a little bit.
The rookie makes a quick adjustment to the braking system, gathers his composure, and pulls back onto the racetrack.
Oh, he's doing all right. He said that he had a wheel hop issue at the end of one of the straightaways and had to take a runoff route just to avoid, spinning, but he's doing okay. It's good. Didn't hit anything yet, that's good.
With only 9 laps under his belt, Strawn kicks things into high gear. He powers through some technical turns and increases his average lap speed to an amazing 8th fastest in the session.
Malcolm, everything's going good. Your lap times are good, so finish this lap and then bring it in.
Strawn has finished the practice session with a best lap speed of 74.393 miles per hour. That's 12th fastest out of a field of 34 cars. A very impressive debut. The NASCAR rookie lapped faster than some of the top competitors in the series, like Andrew Ranger and DJ Kennington. Now the number 49 pit crew has just a few hours to fine-tune the Rush HD car for the qualifying session.
I'm happy with the result. For first time in the car, first time in the wet in this car, first time on the track. I don't know, no complaints here. I think that worked out pretty well.
And you were comfortable in the car?
Yeah, the car seemed to be fine.
You felt okay? You didn't feel like you were overdriving it or anything?
No. It took me a little while to realize that the brake bias was a little bit too much to the rear, and it hopped the rear under the.
I was going to ask you about that. I forgot about brake bias.
But yeah, the car seemed to be working well.
As long as you felt comfortable in it, that's the important thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I think if we make a few more changes, I don't know what the weather's going to do, but if we can make the rear end just a little softer for on throttle coming out of corners, then
John's the guy to deal with.
Yeah, I've been talking to both John and Sean.
John and Sean. They're
Yeah.
great. They're both good chassis men.
Yeah, yeah.
And races are won with chassis.
Yeah.
Horsepower.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's still more in the car. Obviously, I've got probably about 20 minutes in the car, so I'm far from an expert, but just based on what it feels like compared to the other, like one of the quicker guys, I think softening up the rear somehow would help get a bit more rear grip.
As the pit crews prepare for the qualifying session, the power tools aren't the only things creating a buzz in the paddock. Strawn's surprising 12th place finish has turned some heads.
Kid did great. I mean, 12th place. I believe he finished 12th in the practice session. Just outside of the top 10, there's some big names definitely that were behind him. So I'm sure he's pretty excited. Great start on wet conditions. So he certainly can handle the car in the wet. That's for sure.
No one knows what Mother Nature has in store for today's qualifying session. Right now, NASCAR officials are ruling that the competitors must start with a dry setup. But this could change at any time leading up to the start.
There's lots of questions from a lot of teams trying to figure out what they need to do next. Their setups in their cars are different from dry to wet, so they're looking for a little more than just changing tires. So we're trying to work with them. We need a good show. We need to make sure they're safe. So we'll try and work with them the best we can to make all the adjustments and accommodate their needs as we go along here. So there's just many questions about what we're going to do next. And Mother Nature keeps changing on us here. One minute we're looking for jackets, and next minute we're nice and dry and warm. So we'll just take it one step at a time here.
While the Rush HD Dodge goes through the pre-qualifying technical inspection, Strawn mentally prepares in the team's trailer.
I'm just focused on the job at hand and just thinking about what I have to do as a driver. Not really thinking about, wow, I'm so lucky, wow, all of this kind of stuff. Like, I am lucky. That feeling usually comes after, but or leading up to the race. But when I'm lacing up, I'm focusing on everything I've got to do and just thinking about that sort of thing. I am definitely very happy that I've got this opportunity, but at the same time, I've got to make the most of it. So I've got to focus and make sure that I do all the right stuff at the right time. I think I might have a decent chance if it stays dry, but if it's wet, I think I'd have a much better chance of doing well. So I'm praying for rain. If it rains, I think we'll be looking a little bit better in the 49 car.
The Rush HD Dodge passes inspection and is moved to the hot pits for the 4-lap qualifier. The fastest lap time for each driver will determine the starting grid positions for tomorrow's final. For Strawn, a good qualifying time will improve his chances of success on race day. This time on the track, Strawn won't be able to rely on his wet weather skills. But rain or not, his dream of making it big in NASCAR really starts right here. After the warm-up laps, the qualifier goes green. Strawn gets through his first 2 laps without a hitch and starts the 3rd lap running hard.
He just spun. I don't know if he got going or not.
Good, eh?
Did you get going?
No, the battery's dead.
Did the battery? It won't start. He's off down there. It won't start.
And you just quit on him?
No, he spun out.
Oh, and then it wouldn't start. Okay.
Strawn miscalculated his braking speed heading into the chicane and lost control of the number 49 Dodge. The spin-out caused the number 49 to stall, and without a fully charged battery, Strawn can't get the engine to restart. His best qualifying time will have to be taken from his first 2 laps. Now Strawn and the rest of the crew must wait for the official results from the qualifying session.
So what are you thinking?
Well, I was overdriving the brakes too much. I was trying to learn the track in the dry, learn the car, how it felt in the dry, and try to pull off a fast lap all at once. And I just outbraked myself a couple times. I don't know. I'm not pleased with myself. I know I could have done better. I was actually on a fast lap, and I probably would have knocked off like half a second because I was making big gains out there. Just every corner I went through, I was like, okay, I can do this now. Okay, I can find out this. I can get that 2 tenths in this corner, 2 tenths in that corner. Like I am way off my. I don't know. I'm way off my own pace in that session. So.
We have more patience for your driving than you do, so that's okay. Don't worry about it.
Fair enough.
While the pit crew works on the number 49 entry, the timing printout reveals that Strawn is qualified 19th fastest in a field of 34.
19th, that's not too bad. I'm not too disappointed with that, but the time difference is so huge. But I know I've got a lot left in me, and there may be a little in the car, but I don't know.
I'm very impressed with the 49 car. He's the thing I liked about him, he said, now I did this and I did that and I did whatever wrong, and so he knows. He's very intelligent and very perceptive of what he's doing. So he did very, very well. He's not satisfied, I know, but everybody else is. Now, when I say everybody else, I mean people in NASCAR, other crew, other teams. They're very pleased with what he's done, even though he's not satisfied. Maybe that's why he's as good as he is, because he's not satisfied.
For both NASCAR officials and the teams, staging around in the NASCAR Canadian Tire Series and the Nationwide Series in front of 70,000 fans takes a pile of planning and preparation. But this morning, much of the talk in the paddock is about the performance of first-time rookie competitor Malcolm Strawn. His results in both the practice and the qualifier have been noticed.
He's already caught the attention. Almost an unknown, if you will, but I mean, to step in these cars, which are very difficult to drive, takes a lot of skill, and the circuit is very demanding as well. And to do as well as he has already, he's already caught the attention of quite a few people. So your talent really shines. You can come to this series and be recognized for your talent, and not just a suitcase full of money.
I think for throwing him into the fire, short notice, no testing, in the rain, first out, he's done very well. Very impressed with him. The dry's a little bit different. That's where he'll have to work at getting a little bit of speed out of the car, but he's done very well.
The 7 a.m. horn sounds, and the crews get to work. Each team has about 2 hours to make any final adjustments or repairs before the final technical inspection. But over in the Rush HD pit, the crew member with the keys to the team's trailer is missing in action.
You should get keys for this thing. Second set.
You should get a hammer.
Third set. There you go. Have a good day, Johnny.
After 25 minutes of waiting for the keys, crew chief John Fletcher takes matters into his own hands and cuts the locks. The pit crew now has less than 90 minutes before final inspection. This is not a good start to the day. The rushed preparation could affect Strawn's performance.
It was just a schedule change. Initially, the pit was opening up at 8, but they changed it to 7. There was some confusion whether it was 7 or 8, and we didn't guess right.
It's about 8 o'clock. The garage opened at 7, but I didn't really need to be here quite that early. It's basically just getting the car ready for tech inspection, and last thing they need is a driver poking their nose in everywhere to try to see what's going on. So the Weather Channel said it's supposed to start raining around 11 o'clock, and our race is at 11:45. So my fingers are crossed for the rain, because I think that'll help me out quite a bit.
He's got a good motor, good setup. He's happy with the car. We tightened him up a little bit for today. I think he'll do fine. I'd be happy with a top 15, and 23 laps would be a great. It's a tough race. I'm not sure he knows how tough a race it's going to be for him, but we'll see what he looks like at the end.
A little bit anxious about getting the race underway and trying to improve upon my lap times in qualifying and work my way up if possible. Big thing is attrition in these races. A lot of guys go 110% from the drop of the green flag all the way to the finish, so there might be some broken gearboxes out there, broken clutches, bent cars, stuff like that. So I'm going to try my best to keep the nose of this thing clean and just stay on the track. A few people have told me some drivers to watch out for and that sort of thing, so I'm going to try to keep that in mind as well. And yeah, I'll just try my best to keep smooth, consistent, and be there at the end. The show's pretty impressive. I'm looking forward to getting out there. It should be a lot of fun. This will be the first time I'm actually even racing on TV, so that's kind of fun too. But yeah, most of all, I just can't wait to get out there and get down to the actual business of racing.
Partant 19e de Toronto en Ontario sur la Dodge Rush HD Lucas Oil, le numéro 49, Malcolm Strahan.
This is definitely the biggest race I've been in. Done a lot of road racing, but nothing compares to crowds like this and series like this. There are a lot of good drivers out there, so it's going to be an uphill battle, but I think I know where I can make some big gains on the track, and I think that hopefully I can work my way up through the field a bit and be smooth the gear shift so I don't mess up the gearbox or anything like that. I think a few people are going to have issues with that. I see a few guys wheel hopping, and when you wheel hop you break stuff, so if I can be smooth with everything and make it to the finish and conserve the brakes, it should be good.
We're going to do start your engines in about 3 minutes, okay? 2 minutes. 2 minutes!
Makes me excited. All the cameras around, the fans, like it's great to see everything. It definitely gets me excited, but in terms of getting nervous, I think it's just the cars around me that give me the only sort of uneasy feeling. I've never raced with these guys. I'm going into the first corner, I'm not sure what to expect. I don't know if I'm going to be hit from behind. I don't know if anyone's going to even touch me. It's a really big unknown at this point, so I'll probably be a little conservative into the first corner and then start pushing harder and harder from there. It's the last thing I want to do is end up in somebody's rear bumper or have something go wrong there. So yeah, you don't win the race in the first lap.
The first 2 laps are driven under a waved yellow caution. This gives the drivers time to warm up their tires and to preview the track's condition. Strahan's hope for a wet race have dried up as the sun beats down on the racing surface. The race goes green. Right out of the gate, Strahan gives up his 19th place starting position, and now the fight begins. Still on lap 1, Strahan regains 19th place by aggressively making a pass on the inside corner of the chicane. lap 4, Malcolm snatches another position and closes in on 17th. On lap 5, another competitor spins out in front of Strawn, forcing him to cut through the infield. This off-track excursion has cost Strawn 4 positions. He is now in 22nd place on lap 5 and must push even harder to regain ground. Strawn barrels into the chicane and fights his way back up to 19th. On lap 8, Strawn and the number 49 Rush HD Dodge grab 18th place. While dicing for 17th place, Strawn hit the brakes a split second too late and lost control of the number 49. Almost the entire field races by. Now he must drive as hard as he can to catch up to the pack.
Must have spun out or went off track. Looks like he's okay. I didn't see any body damage, so maybe somebody spun him.
Now on lap 11, Strawn loses sight of the field as he tries to regain ground.
I'm done, guys. I'm sorry. Coming into the corner, broke the drive shaft or something.
Looks like Malcolm had to pull off track. Something happened. I don't know if it's engine or what it is. So we're done for the day.
Malcolm radioed in that there was he said a bad sound, a vibration or something in the drive line, so he coasted into the hairpin runoff, and he spun out once, and sometimes a strain like that will put something on the drive line, or who knows. But anyhow, something in the drive shaft, universal joint, something in the drive line, he said, went on it. So unfortunately, it's a DNF.
Yeah, it broke. I broke it. I'm not sure which, but yeah, just disappointment. Big chance and snap of a piece of metal and it's all gone.
Even though he DNF'd or did not finish the race, Strawn officially records a 28th place finish in the field of 34 entries. This NASCAR rookie is not happy with that result, but his team has a more positive view of his efforts.
I think he did great. There's a lot of talented drivers out there in this class, and he did a good job. We're proud of him. I mean, when you're running competitive, qualified well, running the race well, if the car wouldn't have let us down, we could have had a top 10 finish, I think, so it would have been a great weekend.
Pissed off. Malcolm did very well. Sorry the car broke, but broken upper link, and it happens. 4 or 5 of them broke today, so it's not like it's uncommon. I think he was surprised at how hard they run. From practice, qualifying to the pay and race, everything picks up a little bit, but he did awesome. Did good feedback, did a good job.
Yeah, everyone was driving close. I think there's marks all the way around the car except on the nose. I didn't hit anyone, but everyone else seemed to be hitting me. A lot of close quarters fighting. It was definitely the most fierce battle that I've ever had, because you've always got a car behind you, always got a car in front of you. You're trying to pass the guy in front of you without screwing up your line and letting the guy behind you ahead.
Well, you know the expression, if it wasn't especially good, but it can be a heck of a lot worse. The best part of it was Malcolm. Of course, he's an old go-kart racer, and it shows up. Go-kart racers show up there immediately. They're smooth and pretty intelligent. But Malcolm did a great job, I thought. And the crew thinks the same way, and so does NASCAR and the other drivers. I just hope we can find some funding to run them again, because we're very, very satisfied with them. Certainly have them back for a season if we could get a deal. Yep, not a problem.
I'd love to hop back in this car again at some point if I could get the budget to do so. It'd be another good experience. The car seems strong. I think it's got a good amount of power. I think that I'd be able to at least get a little higher up.
So we got Rush HD at home, so getting a photo of the car with my boys.
I still think I can be a road race ringer. I think it'll just take a little bit more testing time, a little bit more preparation, and I think if I'm in the right equipment and the right opportunity comes, I think I can get the job done. And I'm just really hoping that something like this situation, maybe I can make it happen in the next couple of years. Fingers crossed.
There's no doubt that this environment is changing. The level of activity is increasing in the Arctic.
If there's a military threat against Canadian sovereignty, then the military is mandated to respond to that.
Navigating in ice is something that the Canadian Navy hasn't done in over 50 years.
Army, Navy, and Air Force work as a joint integrated team. That's what Operation Nanook is all about.
This is the Canadian Arctic. Massive, barren, and inhospitable. Since the late 1400s, explorers have searched here for a shipping route from Europe to Asia. John Cabot couldn't find this Northwest Passage. Neither could John Franklin. For many, the attempt ended in death. For all, the attempt ended in failure. But in the last decade, global warming has vastly reduced the polar ice cap. The elusive Northwest Passage is beginning to reveal itself. The eyes of the world are turning to the north.
There's no doubt that this environment is changing. The level of activity is increasing in the Arctic. The space for longer periods of the navigable season is available for activity. And activity rates are going up. We are seeing more vessels operating in the Arctic.
Scientists estimate that a wide-open summer shipping season is less than 5 years away. Soon this region could be jammed with cargo freighters. Illegal shipping activities and man-made hazards like the Exxon Valdez disaster are now a very real possibility. If Canada is to control this region, it needs to do it now. Today, a sovereignty mission dubbed Operation Nanook will take place on the southeast coastline of Baffin Island, near Iqaluit, in the Canadian territory of Nunavut. It's a military show of force. The message is clear. Canada has the might, the skill, and the will to control the Arctic.
Sovereignty is this country saying that we have the right to establish the rules, tell you how you should operate, and enforce those rules in an exclusive fashion. We make the rules ourselves, and we require that people obey them.
The Canadian forces are well-trained and highly skilled at what they do. But operating up here in the Arctic is a whole new ballgame. Nothing can be taken for granted in this remote part of the world. The only way to learn how to work up here is to come up here.
Operation Nanook is just one in a series of exercises that we're doing. We're doing them more frequently than we have in the past. We're making them more complicated every time we do them. So we're pushing the envelopes on how well we can operate a long, long way from home. Strangely, this is our own country, but it's a long, long way from where this ship is based.
We're in the Arctic because Canada is a maritime nation, and Canada is bordered by 3 oceans. And the Canadians have always looked to the north with a sense that we are a northern nation. Our gross domestic product is largely influenced by trade from and to and from on the sea. So it's important for the Canadian Navy to be able to operate in all 3 of our oceans.
The big guns are here. An infantry of soldiers, HMCS Corner Brook, a long-range hunter-killer submarine, and HMCS Toronto, a warfaring frigate. The Canadian forces have assigned HMCS Toronto to take the lead role in this sovereignty mission. In the future, this high-tech frigate will patrol these Arctic waters for pirates, smugglers, and ships in distress.
Toronto is one of 12 Halifax-class frigates. She was commissioned in 1993. Multi-purpose, combat-capable ship, 5,000 tons, 2 General Electric LM2500 engines producing 50,000 horsepower, which gives her a lot of power, a lot of maneuverability. She's well armed, layered in defense for surface and anti-air warfare. So very capable platform, capable of accomplishing a variety of roles, a good command and control system, good communication suite. We practice regularly plugging in with coalition fleets. We've worked with Americans in the Persian Gulf, so we are very valued partners in several allied coalitions.
HMCS Toronto is a world-class warship based in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Although this mission is in Canadian waters, it's still a treacherous environment for a warship. Even the journey here is dangerous.
Navigating in ice is something that the Canadian Navy hasn't done in over 50 years. And it's particularly challenging for the current fleet that the Canadian Navy has, because none of our ships have any ice capability whatsoever. So although you look around right now and there's no ice visible, the conditions change up here very quickly. And in fact, during the transit up here, Toronto had to go very slowly and very cautiously through a number of ice fields in order to avoid hitting anything. Visibility can drop in a matter of minutes. Icebergs and fog are a pretty dangerous combination of hazards for us.
This ship isn't designed as an icebreaker. It's a class Echo hull, so the steel is very thin, and it's designed for North Atlantic. We can survive quite a bit in bad weather, but we're not an icebreaker. We don't go through an ice field essentially.
We definitely are up here because of to work out some of our issues with the environment. A good example is the first 3 days or more we were here, it was foggy and misty and cold. So we had to rig our fog dodger, and we actually had people manning that 24/7 while we're going through the fog at slow speed, looking for it's actually not the icebergs we're looking for, because they are detected by our radars. It's the, we call them Bergy bits. They're about a house size or smaller, and those would do a lot of damage to the ship if we hit them at speed.
Dodging icebergs that can punch a hole in the side of a frigate is nerve-wracking, but it's just the beginning. The Arctic seabed is almost completely uncharted.
We're safe, we just keep going straight, but definitely do not come to port any further.
Yeah, my test to him to come starboard.
We're in a narrow area of Frobisher Bay. Now, when this area was explored quite a while ago, they essentially did soundings to find out the depth of water. Now, where we are, they've only did the soundings to a certain width of water. So we know for sure what the depth of water is in that area. We don't know, for example, what it is a mile away from us right now. So what we do is we stay within that area, because the other areas haven't been touched. Nobody's really sure of what the depth is or if there's a rock there.
All right, we're now at the edge of the soundings.
Yards opening.
Very good. And you probably only have about 250 yards safe water.
Got it.
On a chart, when there used to be no soundings, they draw dragons out in the empty spots, right? So that's the whole expression, there be dragons, is you're going where there are no soundings, which for warship or any ship is very dangerous, because you don't know how much water will be under your keel when you're in that area.
The Arctic dragons could be spires of hull-shredding rock. They could be enemy submarines. Their looming possibility makes for an uncomfortable operations room. The ship's best defense is sonar. It helps the crew locate icebergs and other vessels operating in the region. But the system isn't foolproof. The sound of cracking ice can throw off sonar signals. And these waters are teeming with whales. Each time the ship's sonar identifies even one whale, the crew is mandated to turn it off.
So different operating areas, so it's we have strict regulations for our hull-mounted sonar, so the pinging noise you heard today going through the water, if there's any mammals in the area, we cease that so we don't affect the animals.
Shutting off sonar equipment in uncharted water is like off-roading with no headlights. It leaves no margin for error. While it's hard to get here, it's even harder to be here.
We're moving a fairly substantial number of men and women of the Canadian Forces into a very austere environment. And I would say that it is as hard to do that thousands of miles away from bases in southern Canada as it is to deploy our forces to Afghanistan. The threat in Afghanistan is violence of the enemy. The threat here is the environment, which can change rapidly with almost no warning.
In less than 24 hours, the Army, Navy, and Air Force will attempt a simulated crisis relief operation in the tiny northern community of Iqaluit. An infantry of soldiers from HMCS Toronto will take command of Iqaluit's Apex Beach. It sounds simple, but there are no charts here. No one has ever created soundings along this isolated coastline. The tidal range is huge, more than 25 feet. For the infantry shuttle boats to land safely, the port inspection dive team must brave the freezing Arctic waters to create maps of the seafloor from scratch.
Our job is to basically get the boats into the shore safely, and so they can land the troops safely, preferably dry and in the best orderly condition possible, so they can carry on their job ashore. They have suits and they have depth plumb lines, and now we're confirming that they'll have enough water and free access in. Russ!
Good.
Matt! Good. I think we've leveled out. Matt!
Good.
Don!
Good.
Okay, you can move over to the other lane.
This is as low-tech as it gets. The divers measure the depth with a string and a lead weight. Each diver covers a specific lane, shouting out their measurements. This low-tech approach is deliberate. Electronic equipment can fail, and these guys must know how to do this operation with the most basic of tools. The process is painstaking, but the data is crucial.
If the bottom looked like the shore, the boats could hit rocks, damage the boats, could affect the landing, could affect the speed. And also contours, like if there's a sandbar, they run into a sandbar and the boat can't go any further ashore, then either they can't land the soldiers or the soldiers have to walk in the water ashore, which is never good when you're going to be tenting it for a few days.
These divers have spent hours in the freezing cold water to mark 2 boat channels. Lothian tries to account for the coastal tidal range here, 3 times the global average.
One of the challenges of Iqaluit is huge tides. Like, we're dealing with 25-foot tides. So the difference between landing at an appropriate tide and an inappropriate tide is huge. And I mean, we have already found rocks out here that are 6 feet off the bottom. So if we only have 7 feet of water, they're going to hit the rock. If we happen to have 10 feet of water with only a 3-foot draft on the boat, then we now know that they can safely on this tide come in. Okay guys, we're good.
Today, the Canadian Army, Navy, and Air Force will work together to transport an infantry of soldiers from HMCS Toronto to Apex Beach in Iqaluit. This will test the military's ability to respond to a crisis in an isolated northern community. Shipping traffic is picking up here, and a disaster like the Exxon Valdez is a very real possibility. Canada is claiming sovereignty over this Arctic area. That means proving to the world that our military has the chops to operate in this harsh environment.
Proceed to shore, over. Op Nanook is training all of us to work together for contingency operations or crisis operations in the north, for instance. Let's say a catastrophic activity, some kind of an explosion, some kind of a natural disaster in a community like this, which would be immediately overwhelmed by trying to deal with that, whether it be hospital capacity or whatever the case may be, and we're going to have to pull out all the stops in order to provide them the support they need to deal with that. So that's why everything is challenging up here.
The commander of Joint Task Force North very cleverly designed scenarios to force different components of the Canadian Forces, Army and Navy and Air Force, to come together to work as a joint integrated team.
The mission is simple. The soldiers have to reach the shore safely in rigid-hulled inflatable boats, or ribs. Once they've landed, they'll hike deep into the Arctic tundra for 4 days of survival training. But simple does not mean easy. Hypothermia in -50°C temperatures can kill a man. Getting wet during the landing is a mistake that can cost a soldier his life. The port inspection dive team is outfitted to help the infantry stay dry and stay alive.
I can't overemphasize the safety aspect. If a rib flipped with an infantryman with an 80-pound pack and he got pinned underneath that rib because of surf conditions, we'd be able to mitigate it, the horrible happening.
The weather here can change in an instant. If it does, the Sea King is Plan B.
We would use the Sea King or rely on the Sea King if we had to get a team ashore really quick. If something happened that we had to get somebody on shore ahead of schedule, they can get them in really quick. For some larger equipment needed to be brought ashore, they can sling the equipment and land it ashore. If we had to get somebody back out to the boats really quick, it's just use the lifting power and their speed to our advantage.
The clock is ticking. The tide here has a 25-foot drop. The landing operation has just begun, and the water levels are already dropping. As the tide goes out, the channels become more and more dangerous.
You've got to plan it all based on the height of tide so that it's safe for the boats to come in with a load of sailors. Underneath here is a mud flat, which you'll see at about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning will start to dry very quickly. So the timings are very important. And the divers have marked the yellow buoys, which are indicating specific rocks that are of a threat. The boats will report back to the ship that they've offloaded or onloaded. So it's all coordinated over radio as well to make sure that everything is coming together as quickly and efficiently as possible. So the boats come in, the divers will meet them, ensure they get out. The soldiers will disembark and they'll carry on to their objective.
As they land, there's a reporting process. When they disembark, they're boat teams. And at the end of the landing, when control is turned over, they'll know that everybody's ashore and accounted for. We're going to lose the tide really quick. Charles, you can wade out a bit and give them a bit of comfort about how deep the water is.
The tide is going out fast. Jagged rocks that were once well clear of the surface are now becoming a serious threat to the boats. Petty Officer First Class Sean Lothian must redirect the ribs around the rocks.
We're getting to a point where we only have about 3 feet over them, and we got about, the ribs and ribsters have about 1.5 feet, so we're starting to lose some of our spare room.
The operation is behind schedule. The water level in the cove is dangerously low. The rocks are a threat, and now the ribs are in danger of running aground before reaching dry land. If they want to get the remaining soldiers to shore safe and dry, they're going to have to push.
That boat's going to be high and dry really quick, eh?
The ribs can no longer make it to the shore. The dive team goes into high gear to get the last few boatloads of soldiers ashore. The last soldiers reach dry land with just minutes to spare. The mission is a success, but it was close. Now the infantry will test their stamina and skills while camping out on this rugged land for the next 4 days. This Arctic tundra is a new experience for the troops. Endless hills and rocks make for a brutal hike.
For the soldiers, you might be more familiar with operations in Afghanistan. Obviously, coming to the Canadian North is something that's entirely different. In fact, it's largely on the opposite end of the spectrum for a great part of the year. So it just gives us the complete range of climate, challenge, I would say difficulty in trying to actually get communications together and make sure that we've got all the resources up here that we need to get the information that the General requires to command us.
Delivering armed troops from the warship to the Arctic beach was challenging, but the Canadian forces are now more experienced at operating in this harsh environment. They are better prepared to respond to a crisis here. These soldiers are dry, and you can't stay warm and alive if you're wet. The frigid water is also a threat back on HMCS Toronto. Warm water survival time is measured in hours. But here in the Arctic, with the water temperature hovering around 0 degrees Celsius, the strongest swimmer can drown in less than 15 minutes. If a man falls overboard, there's no margin for error. This drill is a surprise. Right now, the crew doesn't even know if it's real or not. Within seconds, they jump into action. The Navy mandates that the crew must be able to get the victim back to the warship within 5 minutes. 50,000 horsepower engines are given the order to go full throttle in an effort to spin the 134-meter warship around.
man overboard exercise is a great opportunity for us to train the junior Mars officers, the guys who are driving the ship. Because it's normally we're going from A to B, and all they're trying to do is go safely from A to B. It's not driving like a warship can drive. It's just, 15 knots, straight line kind of things. When you have a man overboard, he gets to get the big engines on, or big gas turbines, bring them online, and he gets to go as fast as he can with those to get the man out of the water into the boat. So it's a really good opportunity for him to drive aggressively.
The warship heels over in a sharp turn. Losing sight of the victim is deadly. Conversation stops on deck. Sailors maintain a visual on the flare. The rib is launched. The rescue team has to get to the victim quickly and carefully. There's the danger of running him over. This procedure requires the perfect combination of speed and finesse. As soon as the victim is in the boat, vital signs are checked. It's a race now to get him back to the safety of the ship. After the rib is hoisted back to the deck, a crew member jumps in to play the victim.
4 minutes, 15 seconds to get him in. Considering that you got to have him in the boat by 5, and we got him in 4:15, that's excellent.
The drill came as a shock to the ship's crew, but it was no surprise to the ship's executive officer.
I'm the person who has to test the ship's company, and when you're tired, that's when mistakes happen. And in our job, we're at sea all the time, and we don't get to pick when it's nice out or when it's bad out. So when I'm at sea in a big storm, I can't say, oh, there's a man overboard somewhere else, or someone needs help. I can't say, well, it's kind of rough out today. I'm feeling queasy. I'm not going to save you. I can't do that. My responsibility is to go and provide whatever assistance I can. So when people are tired, it's a good time to test that bit of that.
This twin-engine anti-submarine warfare helicopter travels with the Canadian warship HMCS Toronto. She's combat-ready with homing torpedoes. But here in the Arctic, she also extends the eyes and ears of the mothership. Today, Major Lonnie Fleischhacker will use the Sea King to hunt for icebergs.
Searching for icebergs doesn't really work too well with the radar. They don't reflect the same way that a ship or any other vessel would. So that turns into more of just a visual search by the pilots and the air crew in the back. And for that, we've got basically their own eyes looking out, or we also have gyro-stabilized binoculars, an infrared camera that helps to a certain degree, and the night vision goggles that assist with some of that search. It's good training for all of us. It's the first time up here for everyone on the detachment, and just allows us to operate in an area that's a little bit outside of the normal Nova Scotian East Coast area that we're familiar with. It's not very often that we get a Sea King helicopter up here, so from our perspective here on the air detachment, we were looking to find out where we need to change the way we do business.
Up here, the weather can change in an instant. Fog and swirling Arctic winds can quickly turn calm into chaos. Landing a helicopter means battling the environment. The Sea King's sight lines are limited. The pilots can't land one without the assistance of the landing safety officer. She coaches the pilots through the dangerous work.
Basically, whenever the helicopter is doing maneuvering in the aft part of the ship, whenever they come into land or do any evolutions over the flight deck, control of the helicopter will be passed to the landing safety officer. So I just oversee the flight deck, make sure everything's safe, keep the helicopter advised on what the wind conditions are, what the deck motion is, and I'm the one that gives them clearance to say, okay, it's safe now, you can land.
The crew practices refueling in midair. A cable is dropped down to the ship. The deck crew attach the cable to a refueling hose. The danger during this operation is a sudden gust of wind, pushing the Sea King into a collision with the ship. This would be disastrous. Despite the danger, this maneuver is vital. During rough seas, landing on the ship's deck isn't always in the cards, and knowing how to do this can save an aircrew from having to ditch into the sea.
If the landing gear on this helicopter, for whatever reason, can't come down, so they don't want to land on the deck, on the belly, that would be one. If there's another helicopter that's on our deck and we can't get it off the deck for whatever reason, anything that is contaminating the deck that's preventing the helicopter from landing on it. So they could, this is a way to keep them going, and until gives us time to sort out whatever problem we have.
The Sea King takes on fuel while hovering just a few feet from the mothership. This looks effortless, but it's not. During rough seas, a rogue wave can push the warship into the hovering chopper with catastrophic results. The aircrew and the sailors below are on high alert. They're ready to cut the chopper loose at the slightest sign of danger.
The safest place for the helicopter to be is off to the side over there. They don't want to be half over the deck or half over the water, so they'll just take it over off the side of the ship and they'll refuel over there. If there's a problem while they're refueling, they can break away and the hose will detach, and that's the safest possible location for them to be.
The tanks are now full. The Sea King side slips over the deck to return the refueling hose.
The most dangerous time for the guys that are on the deck is when they're underneath the helicopter. The helicopter could come down or, lose an engine or whatever. It's a hazardous job, and we train and we practice, and for emergencies, and you hope they don't happen. But, sometimes they do.
The Sea King crew is getting a full workout today. Next up is a vertical replenishment, military speak for the dangerous dance of picking up and delivering supplies without ever landing. This maneuver is used in disaster situations like Hurricane Katrina and the earthquake in Haiti. Knowing how to drop food, water, and medicine is a skill that can save lives in this icy terrain.
So what's happening is the helo's hovering over the deck, and it's lowering a messenger down to the deck, and the techs are going to go out and they're going to hook the messenger from the aircraft up to the strop that's connected to the load.
The 90-kilogram load now connected to the Sea King is lifted off the deck. The aircrew inside the chopper has absolutely no sightline below to the deck. The landing safety officer is now the eyes of the crew. It's flying blind with their lives in her hands.
All clear.
Raptor, that's affirmative.
So what he's doing now is he's going to put his load down. He's going to try to drop it as close as he can to the third tee, and then he's going to release it from inside the aircraft.
All clear.
Refueling in midair is dangerous. Picking up and delivering cargo can be deadly. Both of these maneuvers are easy compared to landing a chopper on the deck of a moving ship. Gusts of wind, rogue waves, and limited sight lines are the enemies. It's up to the landing safety officer and the bear trap, a jaw-like device that snaps shut on a probe mounted below the chopper.
So you can see the steel probe sticking out of the belly, about close to the center of the aircraft. So he's going to try to put that into that trap.
The landing safety officer talks the pilots into position. If the probe misses the bear trap, the Sea King will have to take off and start the procedure all over again. For the LSO and the crew, the pressure is on.
Left, steady, land now, down, 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 in the trap.
She'll close the jaws and now he's secured to the deck.
On the rails.
Deck crew on deck, deck crew on deck.
During Operation Nanook, the Canadian military has called in HMCS Corner Brook. She'll play a critical role here, silently tracking and monitoring the ships operating in the region. A sub is a Navy's secret weapon. The presence of one sub can instantly tip the scales during a naval conflict.
If you had a surface fleet coming at you, all the ships have to try and find the submarine, and using resources that they wouldn't be allocating normally to anti-submarine warfare. Now they have to use all the ships, all the aircraft, all the helos have to start looking for that submarine, because the one submarine can sink most of the ships and it's very hard to find.
Corner Brook is 70 meters from stem to stern, about half the length of a football field, and only 7 meters wide. 53 crew live and work aboard her. These deep water vessels are high tech, but working on a sub is still extremely dangerous. Submarine crews have a love-hate relationship with the sea. The only way for a sub to submerge is to take on a controlled amount of water, but taking on too much water is fatal.
The two biggest concerns on a submarine are fires and floods. So you never want to allow water inside where normally water isn't. So because the physics of the submarine are so important, if you start adding too much weight and you can't recover, then you can't get to the surface and then you have a major accident. Fire, equally just as dangerous because it's such an enclosed environment and you can't just instantly come up to the surface to clear the air. It becomes very dangerous if there is a fire.
HMCS Corner Brook is known as a long-range hunter-killer. With her armament, she's a real underwater threat. She is armed with 18 Mark IV torpedoes, but her strength is her stealth.
We can be very, very quiet. If we didn't want to be found, that could be easily done. Normally, they wouldn't know we're coming, they wouldn't know we're there, and they wouldn't know once they've been attacked.
She is covered in rubber tiles that mute the sound of her engines. The rubber also helps to hide her from enemy sonar. That means she can track vessels without being detected.
She has a multitude of sonars, passive and active, long range, medium range, so anywhere from a few meters to over the horizon capabilities, so we can detect ships over the horizon. So shipping coming through the Northwest Passage, we can track for a few hours, a few days, depending on how far it is and the weather conditions.
Corner Brook is a silent assassin. Watching her submerge is like watching a killer whale dip beneath the waves. It may seem like overkill to have a submarine operating in a region this remote, but for Canada's Navy, it's essential.
the more activity that would occur in the north, the greater the likelihood there will be activity that's ongoing that is in contravention of law.
Canada is not the only country with submarines in her naval fleet. Subs from other countries have passed through here undetected. HMCS Toronto needs to know how to spot them. That's where Corner Brook comes in. She's going to give the crew of HMCS Toronto a run for its money up the Frobisher Bay.
Corner Brook herself will try and evade and put herself in a position to do an attack herself on the Toronto. So it's a cat and mouse game, and it's classic submarine warfare.
One of the key elements of detecting and tracking any submarine is the acoustic conditions. And so the only way you can practice operating in the acoustic conditions that are specific to the Arctic is being in the Arctic.
We're going to be doing a little bit of familiarization for the Toronto's crew in order to show them what a submarine looks like once it's submerged, as well as what the masts look like out of the water, because it is very hard to recognize a submarine if you were in the open ocean, and if by chance you actually were to encounter one that was on the surface, what it would actually look like.
HMCS Toronto was built for waging war on water. Her massive engines make high-speed pursuits easy for a vessel her size.
This ship is definitely a sports car. We have two LM2500 General Electric gas turbines, and they produce 25,000 shaft horsepower each, so 50,000 horsepower. So we can essentially come up in speed extremely fast if we have both those engines online.
But waging war against an underwater adversary is a different matter altogether.
When we're maneuvering, there's a few things that are really important to know. A, where the other ship, or the ship we're trying to avoid is, and how far she is. The objective is to get close, but not too close. We want to stay at least 1,400 yards away from the submarine at all times. Stand by, midship. Port 15.
Quick handling of this warship requires quick thinking, or maybe no thinking at all.
It's really all about timing. Like sometimes you get a feel for it, right? And so you're coming around and you're like, okay, you want to maintain it, and you're just like looking at it and you're like, okay, this feels right, and you're just on the edge. Then all of a sudden you're like, starboard 30, and then when everything starts going, right? And then it's just kind of like a climax. Then you're just like, you feel that rush of like the whole ship going, woo, tilting to one side. It's like kind of a cool thing to do.
Toronto, this is Corner Brook, ready to commence KSX Alpha 5 whenever you're ready, over.
Toronto Charlie Oscar, Roger. I will do a 180 here to starboard and effect run plan Alpha.
This is Corner Brook, Roger.
HMCS Toronto turns around to allow herself to be chased by Corner Brook. It's not easy to hide a 5,000-ton warship in a narrow strait. Corner Brook is in hot pursuit of Toronto.
ASPIC SCS, contact now tracking north. Assess a possible submarine. Recommend that we conduct underwater resolve and deploy sonobuoys. Sonobuoy 1 is deployed. Copy.
Operations room officers use sonar to gather information about where Corner Brook might be hiding. It's a covert way to track the submarine from a distance.
When we go by the submarine, or we think an area where a submarine is, we're going to throw something in the water called a sonobuoy. It's an expendable hydrophone is what it is. The sound that's received through the hydrophone is actually transmitted back to the ship. So my sonar operators down in the operations room can look at the information, passive information of what's being heard in the water. So it's a way of listening to a submarine without being right on top of them.
For any type of warfare, the operations room is really the brain of the ship. This is the nerve center. All the sensors are fed into here, and all the war fighting decisions are made out of here. You see all the fancy driving. up on the bridge, but really all the sensors and all the information and warfighting comes out of the operations room.
Tracking a sub is dangerous. If you get too close, you can give away your location and quickly become a target yourself. It's nearly impossible for a single warship to engage a submarine and come out the winner. The officer of the watch sends out the Sea King helicopter to assist with the tracking.
We carry torpedoes on board. If we're against a submarine, we'll actually load them onto the Sea King. She can carry 2 torpedoes, and we'll generally try to send it out and use it to conduct any attacks that are necessary against a submarine. The last thing we want to do is to try to engage a submarine close range because it has the advantage.
Range.
700 yards closing.
Very good.
Corner Brook suddenly goes on the offensive. Picking up speed, the sub closes in on Toronto. The ship is forced to take quick, evasive action.
Stand by for heavy roll to port.
Starboard 30.
Starboard 30.
30 starboard wheel on, sir.
Very good. I'm going to start a 30-degree weave pattern, sir, once I steady up.
The officer of the watch orders the ship to take a continuous S pattern. This should throw off the sub's sonar.
What we're doing here is to present a difficult situation for the submarine. So by changing our angle on the bow that she sees on us and changes in speeds, she has to essentially assess what we're doing, how close we're coming, if we would become a threat.
Gauge your distance and maintain the 1,300 yards.
Yes, sir. East of 15.
East 15. Range 1,300 yards, opening.
Toronto's evasive maneuver worked. The warship has saved herself. By aggressively pursuing Toronto, the sub has given away her precise location. The officer of the watch relays the sub's coordinates to the Sea King crew. The hunter has now become the hunted. The air crew has located and identified the sub. A virtual torpedo dropping out of the sky quickly ends the cat and mouse game.
Today's anti-submarine warfare exercise we did was a great success, especially for our officers of the watch. As you saw, Lieutenant Monteith was very busy driving the ship around, so excellent for us. As well for the submarine, this is really intense for them, for their officers on board, who are actually looking through the periscope and trying to make the assessment on what our ship is doing.
Can't help but be excited after what just happened. We get to drive a ship, 30 plus knots and just like curve it around. It was pretty amazing. Yeah, it's definitely one of the cooler things you get to do when you're a watchkeeper.
We always train for any possibility, so if we're called upon to come up here and do surveillance and possibly look for a submarine, then we're fully capable of doing that. If Corner Brook needs to come up here and operate, then I know they're more than capable of doing that as well.
The anti-submarine war game wraps up, and so does Operation Nanook. The soldiers who have spent the last 4 days living off the land in the Arctic tundra now return to HMCS Toronto for the long voyage home.
That was a good challenge for the soldiers. It tested them physically in an area that they're unfamiliar with. So that gave the soldiers a little more confidence in some of the equipment they had, some of the directional equipment, their compasses, their map using skills, and that sort of thing. So it was a good training tool for the soldiers, and it benefited them greatly. And it's helping all us Canadians, I think, have a better appreciation for up here in the north.
Training for a crisis scenario here in the north has helped the Canadian forces sharpen their ability to operate in this region. This military show of force was designed to tell the world that Canada has the might the skill, and the will to control the Arctic.
It's important for Toronto to be in the north. As time marches forward, we, the Canadian Navy, will become more and more proficient in operating in an ocean that really we've only been visiting regularly in the last 5 or 6 years. You need to have an understanding of what is happening in the domain or the areas that you're claiming as sovereign, and you have to have the capacity to act. And that's no small feat for the Canadian Arctic. It's huge. You're talking about an archipelago and a water mass that is the size of continental Europe. It's a hostile, harsh domain, so to be able to operate and claim sovereignty over this is a big task, and I believe we're approaching it the right way.